All right, time to pick up where we left off. So we were, we go back to main base, and actually, how much stuff do I have on me? Let me see. Hyper tubes. What does it take for a hyper tube? Yeah, maybe we'll redo our hyper tube. Now we'll deal with hyper tubes later. We don't get the materials needed for this thing here to finish it up, and then gonna mess around with something else maybe if I can actually. Although, let me stop by that ship there real quick just to see what that ship is all about. Go ahead and get me. I don't think anything's on that. Oops. All right. Well, take it as far as we can go. And go ahead and get my jetpack going. I don't recall what those are. Those are chargers. Oh shit, out of ammo. Let's take just a walk over here, see what these things are. I'm kind of curious. Oh, you put out poison. All right, we'll leave you alone then. Because I don't need to get myself poisoned. Oh, I hear something. Ooh, up we go. Whoa. Whoa, watch out. Up. Ooh. Ooh, watch out. Thought I saw one other one over here. Or maybe not. Oh, yeah, there is. He's a flamer. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Get it, get it, get it. Get it. Oh shit, I'm out of space. So then, get off this for a minute. Is he dead? Was that a headshot? Ooh. Alright. Quickly check your inventory. What can I drop off that I don't absolutely need? Suppose we can drop these berries off. Or these. You know, here, drop off those. Oops. Trying to drop them off the screen. Drop that off. I want the hard drive. Grab what we can here. Anything else that I don't absolutely need? Screw it, drop those, excuse me, drop those berries off. I'll take the computers. I'm just keeping my eye on those guys over there. What else could I possibly drop off? I'm hearing noises, and I kind of... Go ahead and let's drop off this, we'll drop off some rubber. Unless I have something else on a very small stack. You know what? Drop off that iron plate. Which ironically I think I just picked up here. I would like to take that. Actually, here, let's do this. Oh, maybe not. All right. Anything else in a very small quantity? I want that though, because if I find doggos. Oh, you know what? Here, we can drop off some silica. Because silica, raw silica isn't used for shit. With respects to what I'm doing. Alright, so let's just check this out, make sure I didn't miss anything else. Alright, yeah, the 3 copper sheets, or, you know, go ahead and take, yeah, go take those. Alright, let's get out of here. Nope, missed. Too much inertia. Alright. Alright, go ahead and put my hover pack back on. Come here, train. Oop, let me hitch a ride. Apparently I had too much stuff because I dropped off some of what I just recouped over there, but that's okay. Alright, so we're gonna go get some more concrete and iron plates, finish the roof over there just so it's done, and then we'll get enough to do the water, and we'll set up a series of water storage over here as well, I think. Just I don't know, just to get water. Don't know what I'm going to use it for, but we're going to get it. And we're gonna hold off a little bit on putting up the walls and stuff on this place over here. Alright, so what we're gonna do, these are little drop patch here. Well, actually, I need concrete, so because I want to expand this area out a little bit. Well, let me see here. In order to make, actually, it would be. I've got material for that. In order to make that, okay, so let's go ahead and drop some stuff off. I'm gonna need to get some iron plates and some other goodies. Yeah, go here see Doggo, see what he's up to. We'll just have this out just so I here's Doggo. Although let me put this hard drive in here because I can't do anything right now. Let's see what Mr. Doggo, where you at, puppy? There you are. You got anything good for me? Well, okay. All right, let's go drop off some material here. So, drop that off, drop that off, drop that off, and that. Yeah. For the time being, let's just go ahead and clean our inventory up for the moment. And we'll grab a fresh set of supplies. We'll hold on to that for the time being. All right. Because if I need to redo or update a conveyor belt, we need this. So go ahead and just hold on to those for a little bit. All right, so let's see here. I'm gonna need, so for us to get water online, we're gonna need 3 of these. Actually, let's do this. Clear the list. Okay, so 3 of these. And then, the head lift doesn't stack. All right, so I gotta keep that in mind. Because I'm gonna need a number of these to get the water to where I need it to go. Because each, let me see here. Let's see here. Each wall segment is how high? I've seen the 1 meter wall. I've never seen a 2. Oh, I guess the ramp walls are 2. Okay, so each wall segment, generally speaking, is 4 meters high. But I've never seen an 8 meter wall. Yeah. Oh, there's an 8 meter wall for if you use the 8 meter ramp. I've never seen an 8 meter ramp. There's an 8 meter ramp? Let's see, a 4 meter ramp. Oh, well, I guess technically there's an 8 meter ramp. And technically, yes, this is an 8 meter ramp, or 8 meters. It's 8 by 4, so I'm guessing it's 4 wide by, well, that's 8 by 4, so the by 4 must be the height. So, okay. Because that's an 8 by 8. Yeah, so the first 8 is the, I guess the square dimensions. So, and then the times 4 is the up down dimensions. Okay. So anyhow, so a normal wall is 4 meters tall. All right, so and a water, let me see here. Does it say here on the water, I think it said the water has an initial head lift of what, 10 meters, which is 2 walls tall. But now I would presume that's 10 meters from the pipe. So 10 meters from that. Now considering how high we're going up, if you figure, okay, so 6, and then, so 12. So 12 times 2 is 40. No, I'm sorry. 6 times 2 is 12. 12 times 4 is 48. So in theory, that, so if they don't stack, it would almost be better to do, it would almost be better to do those. Right, let me just, you know what, let me look at something here. Just revalidate something. Oh, excuse me. Let me see here. Alright. Well, I'm watching this video. Let me go get a get some concrete while I'm waiting. Ooh. Two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So do 8 on this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's actually nice how they, I don't know if they, when they changed it or if they changed it at all, but For foundations, it's a 5-to-2 ratio. So the stacks are, you get even stacks, you're good. All right. All right, so now, so for some water bladders, I'm gonna make potentially 9 of these. Why? I don't know. All right, so I need some rotors, which we have. Let's see, plastic I get over there. Heavy mods are upstairs. Reinforced iron plates. Ooh, let's go for a flight. No, actually, that's not. Nope, downstairs. One stack of that. Copper sheets. Plastic. Let me see here. That's the out. So we'll pull from this one here. All right. And then let's see, what else do I need for this? I need 3 of these. So let me go get some iron rods. This not. Oh. So get one stack of those. All right. All right, so now let's go ahead and get our water. All right, so actually, well, I got stacks, so let's try this. And we're gonna do this. Because this here will hold 24. We want this thing, you know, we don't want, you know, we want to basically dump this super fast. And what's interesting is it's showing stuff in this here. There's nothing here. All right. All right. Oops. Well, that was off. All right. We'll put you right there. Okay. Let's go back one more. Just want to test here to see something. All right, let me move this over one. Okay, so alright, so we'll do that. This way it doesn't give an awkward bend, because I'm all about, well, generally speaking, having stuff be somewhat symmetrical. Alright, so we're gonna do this first. This here, what is this going to? Does that... Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and zoop out an area. So all right, so now we're gonna go ahead and put our water storage things. All right, so it's gonna be on this here. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, let's move this over. Oops. Move the buffer. I'm gonna try moving the buffer one spot over. So previously I had it right there, I believe. We're gonna put it right here. So I don't think this will work. Oh, it actually does. All right, cool. All right, so on this line here with that on that scene. Okay, that looks good. It's even with that one. And then this guy here, pretty much the same layout as that one. So on the edge here. All right. All right. And in looking at in watching a video I just reviewing, I got an understanding of how I need to do the water bladders, or the water pumps, I should say. All right, so we're basically just gonna have a water farm here, just because you never know when you need water, right? So we're just gonna set up a series of bladders here. And I'm gonna actually set these up so that they're technically all interchanged with one another. So we're gonna line this up here. Okay, and then I'm gonna take it back about yay far. Let me see how yay far is. Yay far was too far. I don't want it that much. Because pretty much I want to. Let me step back here, and I can kind of get a perspective here. So about right about there. And then that's in line. I think that's in line with that one, yep. And then that one there should be in line with that one, right? Alright, so let's just take a quick gander here. Okay. Nope, the first one's off. Son of a bitch! I tell you. You know, it's a challenge trying to get large objects sometimes lined up. Okay, I think that there. Alright. So now, how much is that? That's one segment. So that's half and a small. So there's a small. So this guy here, when I put it down, should be right there, because this is running the half, and then that's looks good. So at least it's, you know, evenly split. All right, so now that one goes there, and one more goes there. All right. Now, am I actually going to use all this water? Who's to say? Oh wait, I forgot I don't have, I have no power down here, so I guess go to jetpack. And we're going to do our 600s between these. So we're going to get all these initially connected. And unlike the double storage containers over there that have 2 in and 2 out, these only have 1 input, 1 output. All right, so now we want to go ahead and put our junction on here. Try to line this up so it's like dead center, which, you know what? Let's do this. Do I have enough to get me a... I didn't even think about power poles. Let's go get some quick wire. And let's just run some power over there just so I can... get some hovering. Because jetpack is good for like quick maneuvering, but it's not good for oh, and I'm gonna need wire too. It's not good for what do you call it, the construction aspect, just because you can't float. Alright, so I should have wires coming to one of these. That's copper. That's copper. This one here. I'm gonna grab a stack of wire. So we're just gonna throw some power over by the water buffers real quick, just so I can float around. Of course, alright, so go ahead, put a Mark II pole there, Mark II pole there. This is just all temporary. Put a Mark II pole back here. Mark II pole over here. And a Mark II pole over here. And then lastly, go ahead and just give me a Mark II pole over here. Alright. Now, let's just go ahead hook these up just so I can just float around this thing for the moment. It makes construction so much easier. Alright, so now I can... This should be good enough for time. Well, let's see. Alright. Alright, so now, let's see here. Hopefully... Okay, cool. So whatever I do, just don't rotate this. I'm trying to get it right in the center. Now the one problem with hovering is you kind of drift when you're hovering. And as a result, it can make it tricky at times. And trying to snap it ain't gonna do nothing. Oh. Alright, so now we can go ahead and interconnect our pipes, or our ladders. And run out of juice. That's okay. Alright, so now that we got that set up, we're gonna go over to the other side. Actually, so do I got enough material for... I'm gonna go ahead and get 6 of these. Damn it, I just missed my train. Okay. I got enough for pipes, because pipes are using... No, I'm gonna need some more copper sheeting. So, let's go get some copper sheets. So go ahead and grab 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's go ahead and grab that much copper pipe. What am I gonna need for... Sorry, I already got that labeled. Valves, we're not gonna... This isn't something we need to worry about here. We got concrete for that, so we got iron rods as need be, so we got everything we could possibly use for that. All right, let's go get some motors, and then we'll also swing by, check our hard drive, see what auxiliary recipe we're getting. So go ahead and grab that. That's enough water for what I need. Alright, so copper, or rotor. So let me see what the base recipe is. Actually, so that's the basic recipe, but let's just do it this way because it's easier to compare everything on the wiki. All right, so the basic recipe for copper ingot is 1 ore, or 30 ore a minute, which gives you 30 ingots a minute, a 1-to-1 ratio. The second option, which is this guy here, takes 50 ore, 50 copper, and 25 iron, and a minute, and we'll give you 100 a minute. So that's a, and then they interestingly enough gave us this. Huh. So copper and water will give me 37.5 a minute. The other alternative is the rotor. The basic rotor recipe is iron rods and screws. Then I get 1. And that's 11 per minute. So basically, you look at it, that's roughly 34 a minute in total. Let me see if that's what the thing for that alternate recipe. Well, I mean, it's 11.25 minutes, so takes a whole bunch of that. Oh, okay, I see. 16 seconds to make 3. Okay, that's why it's 11.25. I got it. So, I know there's a toss up here. Because copper, so this here is the copper, so actually let's take a look here. What is the rotor used in, and what are copper ingots used in exactly? So the rotor is used during the production of an assembler, interestingly enough. Your blade runners, your coal generators, factory cart, the foundry, hypertube stuff, jump pads, which we haven't messed with, obviously motors, Mark 1 pipes, smart platings, splitters and trucks and stuff like that. And the copper ingot is used to manufacture the aluminum sheets, aluminum castings, copper powder. The question is it's using quick wire. I don't know which one of these I'd want to get, because I'm going to be bringing some water in, and so, you know, it's 7.5 per minute more, you know, is that a better option? Because I mean, this takes 6 ore plus the water to get 15 versus a 1-to-1 ratio. I don't know which one I'd want to, you know, I don't have to decide right now. All right, so what are we gonna do? Oh yeah, let's see here. Let me. Do I have everything? The extractors that I got stuff for the power, I believe. I got let me see here. We got stuff for power poles, and in turn that would give me stuff for that outlet there, or that that outlet there. Right, so we should be good, and I got cable, right? You know what? Let's go get some more cable, just to be on the safe side. All right, now if we're lucky and we're fast, we'll be able to catch that train going back. And I'm also wondering, yeah, so the other train station, the other train station does have power, so that's good. Okay, I got time. I need to set these all to unload. So I got time while this is docking to do that. So you're unload, and you're unload. So I don't need a pump here because these things are, the drainage is going down. All right, so we're just gonna stand on the platform here. I'm not gonna drive it. Let's just hope we don't get glitched out. Now supposedly this is one way you can get your doggos across the map, provided you can get them on this. Right, so that, unfortunately that picks up crash sites that you've already looted, it seems. Well, we'll find out here in a second. Unless they regenerate over time, which I didn't think they did. Because we literally just looted this crash site here. Let's see if it picks it up. Yeah, so it'd be nice if once a crash site was looted, that it didn't get picked up on the scanner. I mean, I only had the scanner up just because I didn't want to shoot doggo by mistake. All right, so now let me make sure these are going to the right one, right? Yeah. So oops. So we go ahead and get our level 3 pipes in here for the load. So we don't need a pump here. All right. Now I gotta make sure we get this hole in the wall lined up properly. And okay, so we're autosave. We're one off center, so I'm trying to. Okay, let's do it this way. Just because this line sometimes throws me off. Okay, so right there, I think that. Okay, so one off the floor. Okay. good. All right, so now go ahead and do this, do that, which that should be fine. That little bit of a slope shouldn't be that big of a deal. All right, now the fun part. You know what? Just for the ease of doing this, go ahead and take that out. All right, so what we're looking to do, provided there's no animals around here, is set up our 3 water extractors here. And so what we're going to do is off the ground, come up, and then shoot across over the trees. So, and you know, it just dawned on me that, all right, so what we're going to do now instead, provided I don't run out of juice, we'll do our 3 water extractors here, have them go level first, then come up and over, and then over. Okay, so let's see. Now here's the one thing is, as far as putting down water extractors and trying to get them, you know, kind of lined up, this is the tricky part in my mind. So actually I can use this kind of as a gauge. All right, so I think that is lined up with the door, lined up with the whatchamacallits there. All right, so now we're gonna see if we can get, I'm just looking to make sure I'm not gonna get shot. Originally I was gonna put them over here, now I'm swimming. God bless it. All right, let's do this. Just because my power is unreliable down here. And I'm actually gonna need to do this anyhow, just I'm gonna need to do this anyhow to go ahead and give me a ramp to there, and then give me a foundation coming off of you, and zoop over that way, and then zoop over this way. All right, so I can kind of gauge, I think I'm gonna try to use that as a baseline. Now, one issue is, okay, so let's do, I'm trying to, okay, here, get on the ground so I'm not floating. All right, I'm just trying to get a point of reference, make sure this thing is straight. Actually, so it is going to be straight, so I just need to get a point of reference to place them then. So actually, before we do that then, go ahead and zoop me a foundation that way so I can walk. Excuse me 1 second. All right, so let's try this again. Turn that so it's facing. Okay, so the way I want it to face. All right, I'm going to use that line there. You know, and what I didn't do, and what I should have done, well, let's find out here in a minute. Okay, so I go sideways, and I want to snap to that one, and see if we got enough room right here. Not enough. Yeah. Yeah, let's build over here first. God damn it. All right, so that there. All right, now snap on that one, and then snap on that one. All right. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna get this guy out of the way for the moment. All right, now we're gonna go. We can go ahead and get rid of those. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. We're gonna zoop, sort of, semi-zoop. That away. To, let's see where we're, no, I can't even see him. Oh, there they are. All right, so let's go ahead and let's go over this way and just let's do it over here, and then we can identify, because actually what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to zoom from there back to us. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to lay the pipe technically. All right. So there. Now, as far as this is going to be interesting to see how this works. All right. So this one here. This one here. And then this one is going to go to that one. So, but let me just go ahead and mark it. So I'll put that one on that side. All right, so this guy here is going to go to that one. This one here go to that one. And then this guy here, we're just gonna put a foundation out just for it. Now, as far as these wall supports are concerned, let me see how this wall support thing looks, or how it works. Okay, so they can go up. All right. Let me go ahead and just get a. Actually, you know what? I gotta take in consideration. Don't just put a wall support up. We gotta get it. We want to get it lined up. Hopefully, I've got enough juice to get up here. All right. So we're not gonna need a pump here theoretically. So. The pumps are coming to play here. And so I'm one off the edge. So go ahead and let's go there. just for the bend. All right, we're gonna need some walls, so let's go ahead and give ourselves a set of walls. So that wall is not needed. This wall here. All right, so now, if we're one off the edge, go ahead and do wall support in this center. No, I think it's I'm just trying to look here, kind of gauge. Well, that's giving me a center line, so let's do a wall support right here to see what this looks like as far as the bend. And I don't need a 600 here, but just because this is not gonna push 600, so all right, I want the wall support to be up a little bit higher. Because unfortunately, it will not add its own wall support. So let's have the wall support be right there. That's level with that. Actually, let's just do level. That should give it just a small little what you call it. And also go ahead and change those. The water bladder one we'll do 600. That's fine. All right, so now we descend down. Go ahead and give ourselves another support right here. And then this will be interesting to see how this works out. Oops. So right there. Yep. And we don't need it going up. Keep it neutral, as it were. All right. All right, that's just for curiosity's sake. Let me see what happens if I move this over one. So too long? No. I think that's all right. That's correct. But put down to its base position. All right. Let's see how this one is. Okay. All right. So now we got to look at the head lift on this. So what we're going to do here is we're going to basically use a wall. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say 10. That's a 40-meter lift. So in theory, if I do a pump right here at the base, going that way. In theory, that should. And now, so this thing, so the machine itself is going to give me a 10-meter lift. So if I put this here, let's say. So put that. So actually, let's look at this. A 10-meter lift, and it's 10 meters from that. So let's do this. So that's one. Okay, so we'll say, just for sake of argument, it's 2 meters off the ground. All right. So then, actually, let's do it this way. All right. So that's the base there. Actually, you know what? Here, make those gray so I know they don't count. We'll do it that way. All right, so 10-meter lift from roughly there. Takes me up there, and then add 2 more of these. So that 10-meter lift takes me roughly to here. So if I put my pump roughly here, because this adds 50 from the top of the pump. So let's just go, trying to get myself level with this. So actually, you know what? Just to give myself a little bit of extra room. Presuming all the pipes are going to look similar to this, we'll put the pump, the metal ring on the bottom of the flow meter there. And then I'm just gonna have it like that. Okay. Cool. All right, so now let's go ahead and get these. So that, in theory, I mean, worst comes to worst, I could technically put another pump here. And that wouldn't necessarily hurt. You know, just to give it that little extra oomph to get up here. So if we're gonna do that, I've got enough materials for 2 pumps, so screw it. But we'll figure out the placement for the second pump here in a minute. Let's go ahead and get this water. So this one here, I just need the level 1, because we're only pushing 120 fluid, so is it actually able to come out that far? Now how is it that one there, oh, because my aim was off, that's why. All right, then this one here, we put it on the seam. All right. This one here, right like so. All right. Before I go any further, I'm gonna grab me something to drink real quick, use the restroom. So I'll be right back in just a moment. All right, so let's go ahead and build a wall up here so we can get this set up, and then go ahead and build a wall up here, and then too high. Well, these walls are going to get destroyed anyhow because I'm not going to enclose all of that, namely because that wall there is just a defense wall from the animals. So this wall that I'm using to get these pipes up here will be getting taken down after this is set up. All right, so on line with that, okay, and then you on line with that. All right, and then descend down with another wall support roughly there, and then another one roughly there. All right, so let's go ahead and build the pipe down. All right, and then descend. That's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. All right, and now get our pipes. Get you come this way, and actually you won't fit all the way, so we'll segment you there, and then you will segment over here at the same spot, and then have you do your turn. We actually I gotta keep in mind where I'm going. So halfway in this one here. All right, so turn that way, and so there, and then you go halfway in this one, right there. Now for them to make the turn up, I think I'd take it up to, we'll try taking this one up to, we'll try that seam first and see what this looks like. All right, that's good, okay. It just, respectively, it looked weird over here. And then you bring up to this seam here. And then have you go up. All right, now go ahead and add pump number 1. Like I said, I'm gonna have it right on the flow ring there. And then spin it around so it looks like that. And then this guy here, get on the flow ring, and then spin it around so it's like that. All right, so now let's do, so all 3 of these have flow rings at the same height. So we'll go ahead and do another pump here on that flow ring, just because. And go ahead and spin it around so it's, just because I want the symbols, or I want the motors all facing the same way. And last but not least, this one here. All right, so now power. All right, so the power connection is on the right side of all of these. You know what? Now I'm rethinking about this. We're actually going to change the pumps. Namely because of the power hookups and where they are. So we're gonna autosave. We're gonna have the pumps be turned inwards. All right, so the pump still on the same flow ring, just like we did before, but we're gonna have it so power is right there on the inside of this. So having the motors like such, and then on this flow ring, same thing. And last but not least, alright, so now for power, what we're going to do is we're going to turn this guy here. We're going to do a double wall. Sorry, that double wall. Okay, here, let's go over here. Okay. So no, that's not going to be. Let me think here for a second. Do a double there. That'll hit that. Do a double here. Let me just. So there, okay. Do a double there. And do a double there. We're gonna do a single, which I can't. Well, actually, I can as soon as I destroy this. No, that's because that's a, oh, that's a double. All right, so go ahead and do a double. Go ahead and destroy that real quick. Get this placed. All right, go ahead and get that over to here. That to there. That to there. That to there, this to that. All right. We're gonna go ahead and change these around. So I wonder if there's a way to change the default power outlet. Actually, I wonder. All right, so anyhow, worry about that later. All right, so now we got our power structure crossed. Now let's go ahead and turn. Oh, we still got to do our water pumps or our water extractors. All right, so the water pumps. Okay. Water pumps are powered, which is good. So now let me go ahead and remove this stuff real quick. And let's be very careful here. Remove that, remove that. Good, okay. Go ahead and remove that. And then go ahead and remove that wall along with that support. Go to remove that wall and that support. Then go ahead and remove that wall and that support. All right. So actually, you know what? We'll do a double right here. All right. And before I turn these on, let me go ahead and get rid of all this shit here. And then we're gonna pray that this is pray that this shit is planned out properly. Oh, it's a tick. It's a giant tick is what it is. At least that's what when I look at them, that's what I think of. All right, get rid of these supports because these are super industrial pipes that are super strong. They don't need supports. No! Don't fall down now. Alright. Alright, so these should be good to go. Alright, sir, let's see what we have. Survey just says. Okay, so it'll take a few minutes to for the water to start flowing. And to fill up the pipe. Because the max this should hit should be 120. Because that's what each one of these does. So gotta get the water filled up because that is under 10. I mean that should be at the 10-meter mark. Apparently not. It's there we go. There we go. Good. Okay, good. That's one of them. Almost got it. Almost got it. Come on, a little bit more. Because the pipe is on 14 head lift there. Actually, does this tell me how much of a head lift it's on? I never even noticed before. No, it tells you the flow rate, but it doesn't tell you head lift. But, oops. This is doing a head lift of 21. And then this is doing a head lift of 14. So if we walk the pipe, actually let's walk this pipe. This is closer. Now, it's slowly filling up. And then it's straining. Oops. Let's go over here. Now, these here should technically be empty as this thing fills up. Well, that's a pretty slow flow rate. I wonder if I'm almost tempted to put another pump on the bottom just to give it that extra oomph. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and put a pump on the bottom. Because this is not quite getting, you know, the pipes aren't quite full yet. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put one more pump. So let me do this. Give me a Mark II here, and then a Mark II there, and same, put up there and there, and then there, there. We're gonna put a pump on close to the pipes here. And we're just gonna do a let me see here. We got enough for 3 of these. Screw it. Go bigger. Yeah, go big or go home, right? So we'll put this one right here. With its power facing that way. Which, let's see what this does. Oh, it's not going to do nothing because I haven't attached it to power yet. All right. So it's giving it a little extra head lift that perhaps it needs. Let's see how this affects this up here. Because what I'm looking at, let's go back this way first and just, come on, go forward. And we're gonna go ahead and pull a wall off of this. All right, so how's this one? That's still pretty low. Fill rate is 100, which, considering 120 is the max, and like this fill rate here, no, that fill rate's at 119. That fill rate's at 120, so actually that lower pump, I guess maybe I won't need. This here, I'm expecting that to be empty for the moment. Go ahead and pop, actually, let's pop this one off here. I mean, I'm getting the flow rate. The amount of water in the pipe, not too worried about. Now what I could do something I could consider doing, maybe. Let me see here. So this is, we got good flow rate on that. And actually, what does this show? That shows 118 because there's this little lip right there. Not a big deal. That's showing 118. This one here has a lower flow rate there. It's coming back up. Alright, so what we're going to do, I think, if I have the material for it, let's see if we do. Yeah, I can do 3 more of those. I'm going to do 3 more of these. So, one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this thing here, is this here is not actually helping anything, really. Because even the other 2 that don't have it are operating just fine. So now what we're going to do 3 more extractors back here and junction them into these pipes here. These pipes can hold a max of 300. Actually, how much material do I got? I can actually do 6 more of these. You know what we're gonna do actually? Let's do this. Alright. Let's go ahead and wipe these off. Let's go ahead and give me a foundation set here. I'm gonna try a different layout. Oh no, not that type of foundation. Give me a double ramp. There we go. Oh, this way. Towards me. All right, cool. Go ahead and give me another ramp downward. Actually, not double ramp, excuse me. And then you're not in the water, right? No, cool. So this should be right above the water. Cool. So go ahead and wipe that off for the moment. And now let me walk this back. Yeah, doesn't work that way. Let's go ahead and zoop back. All right. Go over there. And go over there. All right. Now, zoop that way. Zoop that way, and zoop that way. All right, so let me see here. Right. Let's see here. Water extractors. Okay, so I just need it to be deep enough. That's the key here. Okay. Well, I'm on solid ground. That's all that matters. So let's find where it's deep enough. So one there. One there. One there. All right, so that would tie into that one. Now these two. All right, so let's make sure nothing's over there, right? No, there's a bug over there. I'm not worried about the bug. Can I get you snapped in line with that? That's close enough, I think. Okay. Then this guy here. Is there a ladder that, well, let me go up there. We're gonna get rid of this, shit, no. I don't like that. Well, we can, you know what, we can move these damn pipes. As long as we tie in down there, as long as we tie into that where it is, what we can do is go ahead and take that pipe out, take that pipe out. We'll replace this pipe set. That's easy enough to do. All right, so that one there's good for that. All right. So now let me go ahead and take this out. We'll have a second set of extractors. Actually, you know what? Let me think here. That's gonna, if that comes down this line here. All right, so we got a zooping thingamabobber down that way. Do extractor set number 2 over here on that row. Starting with, and actually, you know what, I could bring these in closer. In fact, I think I will. So there's no reason for it to be way out in the damn water. So, all right. Let's see. I think that. No, I want a little bit more. Well, let's see. No, I don't want to cut that off. Okay, let me push this back just a hair. So how about, say, right there? All right, that should be good. So I can put a junction on there. All right, so let me go ahead and get rid of you and get rid of you and put you there and put you there. All right, let me go to one more zoop set right here and so actually let's go ahead and put the other water extractor set, or extractor set number 2. No, damn it. Yeah, because of where that pipe is, unless, okay, damn it, we're gonna, damn it. All right, I'm gonna change this around after I already did this crap. I wonder if it'll let me tie into this. We'll find out in a second, because I'm actually gonna have this one come over and down, and then this one goes straight. So let's go ahead and get this one set up. All right, so you are pretty much centerlined on that. Okay. So say roughly there. Let's see how far out this is. All right, let me bring you in just a hair because I want to have room for the other one. So how about there? Because basically what I want to know is enough room. That almost looks the same as I did before. Bring in another segment. So how about like that? Because I'm looking at this pipe here. Get off that for a second so I can see. Okay, push it back just a hair. Because we'll find this the spot I want it in. How about there? That's good. That's where it's going. All right, so that we'll do that. And I could technically do one. No, we're not going to do that. Now, just out of curiosity, though. Let's de-zoop that for a second. If I put a set of 3 here. Without clipping that. No, I can't. It would be easier if I could. However, actually, you know what? There is another option here. You know, I don't trust you, bug. Never trust bugs. I put one here. If I can. All right. So this guy here will feed into these two. And then this one, you know, will zoop up this way. Okay. So let's go ahead and I prefer not, I prefer to do it differently, but here's hoping this. Well, if I have to redo it, it looks like I can tap into the pump directly, so that's good. All right. So let's figure out my line. All right, so obviously that pump there is not going to need a junction. So but I don't know. Let's see here. Right. You know what? Because I'm gonna need power down here anyhow. Let's go ahead and give me an outlet here. And you come to there. You go to. Come on, go to that one. Wait, you are already connected. Never mind. All right. So let's go ahead. Let me see how I want to do this in a way that it. This set here. I also have that double outlet there. But for the moment, give me a power pole just so I can float. So give me a power pole here. And give me another power pole. Actually, you know what? Put the power poles in the water. Just so I can float for a moment without impeding the pipes. All right, I can float. All right, so let's see here. How a junction. I may have to move this out some, I don't know. Yeah, this is gonna be the fun part. Well, number one, that pipe is not going straight. So let's do this. Yes. Let's do it this way. Set this up so we go down that stretch there. All right, and then this one will be set up so it goes down this set here, which is actually I believe, in line with that, so that's good. Damn it! I mean, it's not like that matters because after I delete the poles or the supports, it's not gonna matter. All right, so take you to there, and then take you to here. Right? I'm good with that. All right, cool. This one here. And come and turn this way. And line it up on that. And this should, if we're lucky. Okay, good. Happy with that. So then this one here. We'll come down this line here. That thing keeps on moving, it's freaking me out. Put you there, and then you go there. Ooh, we ran out of juice. That's okay though. Take you. Try theirs. See what this looks like. Type has an invalid shape. Oh, okay. One too many, maybe. So we're on this line here. This may be too close. Let's see what this one looks like. Push it out one segment. So let's run on that line. No, that's way too close. So push this one to this line here, I think. Yeah, so that line there. Oh, that's because of where this position is on that. Well, you know what? Let's change this. Let's shift this over then. Just because I'm funny like that. Get it on center line. That's relatively center. All right. There we go. That's what I want. All right. So now, as far as power is concerned, how am I gonna? Because you can't daisy chain these. Be nice if you could. Can I put a power pole? I think I can. No, it'll go in the water. You can't actually place it on top of that. It'd be nice if you could. Let me think here. I'm gonna try something here. Can I put this on top of that? I can. All right. I'm gonna do a magic floating, whatchamacallit. Although, get rid of that because we're not ready for that to go yet. All right. Now, can you reach all the way over there? You can. Okay. So let me go ahead and destroy that. All right, go ahead. You go to that one, that one. All right, so now let me go ahead and get the junction set up here. Trying to get this. The screws are in the middle of so whatchamacallit, just so I have the smallest amount of bend. Really? You're telling me you're too close, or is it I need a? Oh, if you're too close, if I have to rerun you. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let me see. Okay, we're gonna push you guys back just a hair. So let me push this one back so it'll be used as the guide. No, not a miner. We're not mining water here. All right, so Let's push it back like that far. All right, so that pipe connection here should be fine now. All right, so good on that. Good there. Now I'm hoping this is, hopefully this is far enough back. Otherwise, well, if not, I just move this back. I can move the pipe back. That's easy enough for that one. Okay, that's good. All right. All right. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and take you. Tie you into that one. This way, you. And they're off. So see, you know what we're gonna do also. Flush the toilet. This way, oops. Oh, I wanna see how it all works. All right, so we just flushed the entire system. Don't know how that affects that up there. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Did that flush? That should not have flushed the buffer, right? Did that flush this as well? No. Okay. You know what? Screw it. All right, so we just flushed, full flush of the system. All right, so wow, good flow rate on that. Good, I like that. These water pipes are full, and that's partially because these, each one of those is 120. So technically I'm pushing 360 on a pipe that can hold 300. So we're gonna have an abundance of water coming through here. This fill rate should go up here shortly. Because we're getting a fill rate here. Interestingly, it's slower drain rate than it is fill rate. But it's slowly going up. Because ultimately what we want are these two to be the same, to a certain extent. All right. Now the thing to keep in mind is this is not how full the buffer is. So that holds 24, This should hold 48, right? No, that's interesting. So this also, considering it's the industrial size, you know, you would think this would hold 48 as opposed to 24. Considering if you look at the double storage that you use for other things, the double storage is, you know, twice the amount of this. For example, no, actually no, I stand corrected. This does have this is the equivalent of a double storage. That's 48. Never mind. I stand correct. I stand corrected. The single storage is 24. This is 48. Alright, just double checking some stuff here. So we have an abundance of silica. More silica than we need. We should have a train. Cat should be coming back soon, I think. Let's see. I need to rename that train. Because we changed our trains. In fact, because we have cat and we have silica, we don't have a train that goes to both anymore. Just because there was an overload issue, you know, it was messing up our stuff. That's on the lower, that's oil 102, that's that. This one here, we'll see which one this is when it comes in. I think that's cat, that's coal. Where's silica? Okay, so this is cat. So we're just gonna change his name real quick while he's doing this. Kate Riam. All right. So I'm curious to see how much material he's bringing in. Not that much, but then again, I really don't need that much because I have plenty of wire back at main base. And if worse comes worse, if I really wanted to, I've got that there. That I'm literally, the only thing I'm doing with this is I'm putting it into the sink. That's all I'm doing with it. I think at one point I may have been transporting this, and I suppose if I really wanted to, I could you know, what I could do if I wanted to, since this is just going to a sink, I'm not using this for anything. I think what I had at one point is this was tied into that, and that was going out, and then this was an overflow. But considering there's no outputs, wait, do I still have more left here? No. Okay, I know what that is. Okay. All right, and I can get rid of this thing now because this was just a temporary feed. Because this should be, how is this moving? Oh yeah, so there's the feed that's going over to the trains. All right, so let's see how the water is looking. I want to see. So this is being filled at 300, which is good. So what should happen here is I want to, once this thing gets full, I'm gonna give it just a little bit of time, just so that these bladders will start to fill. So, you know, I got enough time. Let's do this. While we're waiting, let's go take away our... Come on. Good. Good, take away... let's go clean this up down here. For real this time. Be careful of the bugs. So by the time I get done with this, the main bladder should be filling up. And then I can send the train over. Definitely be careful around here. There's too many power lines. You know, just do one at a time so we don't accidentally snag a pipe. Now, am I actually going to use this water that I'm drawing? Who's to say? But you know, sometimes, you know, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. I think that there's an old adage that goes that way or something like that. Because one thing I'm curious on. Right, so we are good here. All supports have been pulled. All phantom. Yeah, I can actually go ahead and get rid of these things here. And you're actually feeding that, but you aren't actually feeding anything, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of you. And you. And you. There you go. Alright. So now go put the walls back up. Right, so these bladders should be filling up now. All right, cool. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do our topper here real quick, and then we'll send the train over. So we're gonna do a foundation for the ceiling, just because who knows, maybe I'll build another train station and If I do, I want the foundation as opposed to a ceiling here. Now, what we may do sometime in the future, I don't know when, but the water pipes that are going there for the actual coal stuff or whatnot, now that we have floor pipe holes, I may actually do that. All right, and now just a couple pieces over here. And then our normal ceiling. So here we'll actually do legitimate ceiling because there's no need to what you call it? No need to we're not going to build on top of this. This is our launch tunnel, as it were. All right. Yeah, we still got. We'll eventually be coming back here to clean this up. All right. So now let's get this guy operational. So let me go ahead and just move him forward a little bit, just so he's out of the dock. All right, so what I want to see here. So these things are almost full. So now, obviously, it's full, so it wasn't doing anything to begin with. But what I'm waiting, so the drain rate is 0. Here in a second, the drain rate should spike. Cool. Right, taxi. All right. Okay, I didn't notice if he actually had the green light or not. I hope he did. Okay, yeah, he did. Ooh, that's the last thing we wanted, a derailment. Well, this is only water, though. Water never hurt no one, right? All right, so this is enough to fill up 3 of the water bladders below. And then they'll get to the point where, because we're not going to be using this water for anything anytime soon. All right, so This is going to turn green and then turn red. Should turn red. Yep, turning red. All right. So we're just going to jump over here real quick. And we should see a fill rate of 600 and a drain rate of 300. I'm thinking. I don't know, because I got these are all tied together, so it'll be interesting to see how this works. So let's see here. Mathematically, we have 2,400 times 3, so 7,200 gallons. All right, or meters cubed, whatever. Divide that by 9. So this thing here should top off at 800 in theory. So we'll see. I'm not 100% sure how the balancing works in this. Let's see here. Oh, plus you gotta take into consideration fluid in the pipes too. Well, the fluid in the pipes isn't that much though. That's somewhat insignificant. Let's go up top and see what the drainage is. This guy here is almost empty. So all 3 of these should be at the same level, roughly. Yep. No, that's wrong. The 72. No, that should be right. Right? That's 7,200 by 9 bladders. So I don't know what's going to happen with these things, if they're just going to keep on circulating around. It's like this one here's got over 1,000. So I don't know how long it's going to take for them to balance out. Not like it matters. This one here is now filling, sort of. So, and this one here should start draining. So, you know, it's kind of weird how this is, you know, how the physics in this are working. That's holding on 400. This one here has a fill rate of, I don't know how you have a fill rate of that much. Unless... Did the train just drop off? No. You're empty. That pipe should be empty. Oh, you know why probably? This thing probably has a flow rate going up a little bit. So that's probably why. That's funny. Because the fill rate here doesn't make any sense on that one. Because at most, well, so at most, fill or drain rate for the three in the center could be 1200. Because it's 600 on that side, 600 on that side. At most, this should go only up to 600. But it's funny, so it's like, so which one is got all the water? I should have more water here than I'm seeing. But I guess with the water flowing and all that, yeah, who knows. Anyhow, this is going to start filling up. And we'll eventually get to the point where all the buffers are full. Alright, so we got the roof done over there. Alright, so let's go ahead and go back to base camp. So let me see here. Alright, so I wanted to mess around with this. So for that, I need this. So obviously I would need two of these. And then one truck. Now let me see what type of fuel the truck actually uses. I don't know if so the truck okay, let's look at how about the okay, oh, so accepted fuel, a whole bunch of, I mean, pretty much, it will accept anything. Hell, it will accept uranium for fuel? Wow. That's interesting. But we can do coal. Oh, hell, we got that petroleum coke on the other side. Ooh. So we have a smart splitter here. I could in the because this train here, or this train, oh cool, this is the train, exactly what I wanted to see. This guy here is not bringing much rubber and plastic over. Let's go over the other side after water comes back. We have petroleum coke. Basically just going into the trash can on the far side. So we could theoretically bring that over here. Truck station. Now let me take a look at the truck station here. So I presume it's got one access port for fuel to feed, and then the rest of the stuff is One access port for fuel, I'm presuming. And another access port for its cargo. And now I don't think we're gonna do. I'm just planning on messing around with one possible truck, just to kind of test it out, see how it is. But what we gotta look at is petroleum coke. Oops. Let me also just see how this is looking. That's actually almost halfway. That thing is Jesus. I thought this would be well, this is filling up faster than I thought. That's okay. I'm not worried about it. That guy's gonna sit, chill there and wait for a minute until water comes back. Oop, where'd it go? All right, so all we gotta do for this, instead of sending it to the sink, all we do is throw it into this merger here, which then gets sent over here. Any chance I can catch this train? Oh, he's moving. Oh, wait for me! No, don't leave me! Fine, we'll just catch the water over. Wait, water's not here. Well. So that's 100% full. This will be full here in a second. And then what we should see is well, the consumption will fluctuate based on what do you call it, power usage. So like when the once this thing fills up, we should actually see a drop if these fill up before the next train arrives. Wait, are you still filling up? No, you're full. So I don't know where there's a drain rate here, considering that's full. That's kind of misleading there. All right, who is this? Is that water? Okay, so water is just now starting its return trip. Yeah, so this is also misleading. Why is that only half full? Shouldn't that be 100% full? Alright, so all three of these should roughly fill up at the same time. Okay. At which point the water extractor should shut down. So now if we go look at this, let's see if we see a small little drop here in the water because of the water extractors. No, not really. Nothing significant. There we go. Well, it dropped to 59. So, I mean... But then we have a spike also, so it's like... Alright, let's go and catch a ride over there. But now we gotta wait for that train there to come back this way, so we'll be sitting here waiting for that train. Yeah, so if we move that smart splitter, that's taking the rubber and plastic offshoot, move it back some, or actually, you know, we could, I don't know. Move it back so we can get a petroleum coke set up for storage. Interesting. So if you're in the back, caboose as it were, you can't honk the horn. All right, so let me take a look here. Drop down here real quick. I also want to see how these bladders look. Yeah, so the way these bladders are, you know, I'm not 100% sure on how the balancing mechanism in that, but that's okay. All right, so the rubber comes through here, drops down. I could spin between tweak. This here is going to the sink. If we bring this back a little bit. Alright, let me think about this for a second, how I want to do this layout so we can get petroleum coke over here. Because we have an abundance of it, that we're just trashing as it is. So we're going to bring it over here, put up a storage warehouse somewhere around here. And then, let me see, let me look at my interactive map here, because where do I want to go? I want to mess around with something. I think, let's see here. Where's my base at? I'll turn off beacons. You turn all those off. All right. I could have swore you got water up there, water there. Where did I see that damn nitrogen at? Oh, nitrogen up there. That's not where I thought it was. That's off of that. Off of that sky bridge. Alright, so much for that area where I was thinking about going. I think that's in a cave. It's a quartz setup. That's water. Right, don't need water. Don't care about geysers. Really don't care about crude oil. Just let me see where this. Let me see where the nitrogen gas is. So we got a stockpile just past the nuclear power plant, and that's actually, let me see here, not that far off from one of the walkways, because the walkway is at 167 meters high, and the gas is at 154-ish. So all right. All right. So we're gonna. If that's the case, then we can actually. We don't need the petroleum coke here at main base. Alright, so let me think about what I want to do here. So I'll be back in just a few moments. All right, so let's go scout out this nitrogen gas thing. Let's see exactly where it is. I can't take... I'm not going to take the hypertube just because that's... there's no breakpoint there. So we'll just fly there, see where it is first of all, kind of determine what we're dealing with. So I am going to fix this hypertube here. No, I can't. I don't have material for it, do I? Nope. All right. That's okay. This hypertube here is hard broke. I just gotta be careful here. I don't wanna... These damn trees regrew over my path. This is the last time I played a while back, so... Alright, so... It should be... Let's see where I'm at. Where am I at on the map? Okay, so... Right in this area here is where they are. So around here. Ah, right there. We go to do I have... Oops. Let me see here. Do I have enough to do some power poles? Yeah. All right. Go ahead and just because we get a power pole over here, and give me a power pole. Actually, give me a power pole here too. And we'll just tap into this so I can float. All right, so I guess I think the way it works, if I remember correctly, is, or from what I briefly saw on a video, you have to put this down on that big guy there, and then these go on all the small little nodes there. Are there any bad guys around here? All right, so let me see here. Let me just get up here. Well, unfortunately, that means this has to be relocated. All right, so a pure would give me 120 a minute, and there's based on this thing here, there's 1, 2, 3. You're looking at the map, interactive map. 4, 5, 6, 7 nodes here. So if I did, let's see, 7 nodes, that's at normal clock speed. So 7 at 120, 840. Now materials needed for a level 2 pipe. Plastic and copper. Well, I got plenty of that. But it says I presume, I mean, I'm guessing this is just they haven't updated it yet, but presume these are used to transport both liquids and gases. Yeah, let's look at this. Actually, that's resource. Well, no. So you gotta do the pressurizer, and then that you tie into the extractor. And all right, let me do something, because this here shouldn't, I don't think this would apply for gases. I don't think it does. Let me look at this here. Just watching a quick little video real quick. All right, so let me just do something here real quick. Let's see, what are these things called? They're called resource well extractors. Oops. That sounds just like because there is water that you can technically pressurize to get. So I kind of understand, I suppose, that there. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about that. Alright, so if we wanted to build one of these and 7 of these, and then a crap ton of these, like, I don't know, 2,000 of those, along with I don't know, let's say 200 of, oops, 200 of these, let's just say. And possibly some of these, so let's just go ahead and say 200 of these, because if you hit all of those, now if you do hit all of them, let's say we cap them out. If I cap out and overdo it, I could technically get 300 out a minute. I personally don't want to run. Well, so here's another option. Do we do a train from here? Because now the question is well, do these fluid buffers store gas? Actually, let's specifically say nitrogen. Or is the only thing to do with let's see here. Okay, so looks like the fluid buffers can hold them. Okay, yeah, so it looks like all right, so we can do a train. All right, so if we wanted to, there's our I think that's the old train track. Actually, let me see. Do I see a train going by on that track? Up there? No. All right. So I'm gonna try to take a walk on the wild side here. All right, so we could bring a train up here for that. Okay. And okay, so if we do a pipeline or a series of pipelines, the issue really is because if I overclock these, I could technically, even if I overclock them to, let's say, all right, let me see here. Because if I do a full overclocking of these things, I could do this with 7 pipes. If I went that route. What I could do, just trying to think here. This is like a factory. What's a good factory assembly line type of simulator, but it's a lot more in depth than that because you have to, go out, find resources, figure out how to get the resources to your factory and assembly lines, and advance your technology so you can make even more things, and something like that. That's I guess one way of looking at it. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, according to the game, the actual game makers, Satisfactory is a factory simulator game. Satisfactory is a first-person open-world factory building game with a dash of exploration and combat. Now, the combat is just there's some animals in here and other beasties that will try to hurt you. but it's not, you know, that's like far and few. So most of it is factory building and exploration, and trying to come up with efficient ways of doing stuff, which right now I'm definitely not nowhere near the efficient part. I'm just going out having fun and trying to build stuff and just trying to figure out how I want to do certain things. Let's see here. So 720. Right, so if we do 240, 240, and 240, that actually then, and then 120 split up by 80, and it also involves a variety of math, just because of trying to figure out how to split and, you know, stuff like that. Right now I'm just looking at an interactive map of my game on another monitor, just trying to come up with a plan of action for something. That'd be 240 there, 240, 240, and then the 120, so that'd be 280, 280, 280. Okay, so if we do a train station back here. All right, so let's see here. All right, what do we have on our to-do list? So go ahead and actually clear this. So we'll need one of these, 7 of these. For transportation, we're going to need a train station times 2, 6 of these, 4 of these, and 3 of these. No, I don't need 4. I need just 2 of those. We're only doing 1 train setup. So obviously, for this, let's just say 2,000 for the time being. Go ahead, give me. I don't need a pair of those, not for this. But then we're gonna need some. These pipes here will do fine. So let's say about 500 of these. Just give me an over amount. And then then probably, I don't know, say 30 of those just to give me an over amount. All right. Okay, so go back to our base camp here. Get some materials. I'm also going to need some concrete. We got plenty of concrete. Actually, we're probably going to need some more concrete. So just for the sake of it, go ahead and calculate out 3,000 on a foundation. So let me see here. All right, so let's go stock up on some stuff here. Because what we'll do is we'll build this station. Oh, do I have a beacon? Now that I think about it, let me put a beacon down so I know where I'm going, where I'm bringing this stuff back to. So when I start building my train station. And since this thing here, oh, this one's not broken yet, but we're about to break it, so. All right, so let me do this. Go ahead, put down a beacon. Just so I know, oops. I'm gonna make it that color. Nitrogen, oops, times 7. I would just do 7p. All right. All right, so now, so if this is, let it do its autosave. Now the question is where would I put the train station? So you're going to tap all these resources here, and that so possibly do. Let's get over this before we leave. Actually, that could be a good place for a train station right here. All right, let's go ahead and just get our initial foundation set up. Let me just see. Actually, let's go down lower. I'm going to do some more of these. And then, all right, so we build our foundation here. And just trying to find a good spot here. May have to go down a little bit lower. Or let's see about over here. All right, so if I'm doing 3 freights plus a station, I'm gonna need 8. At least 8 by 5. All right, so this here, that's definitely wide enough for the station. Let's make it just a little bit wider though, just to give me a little bit of a little bit of extra wiggle room if I can. Alright, so let's go chop down a tree. Give me my jump jetpack. Because I don't like having trees in my way. That's an awful long way down. Well, go ahead and give me another ramp. Not the prettiest way of getting down there, but and chop this tree down too, just to get it out of my way. Alright, alright, now let's go back up here. Whoop! Whoa! I almost made a boo-boo. Alright, now go ahead and get rid of these. Alright, now go ahead and get rid of this ramp, and I'll build a new ramp up there. Just so I can kind of gauge what I'm trying to do here. Alright, so this guy here. Alright, so this is plenty long for my train station. Cool. And then if we alright, so I don't think I have the material to build it build anything right now with respect to it, do I? No, because I turned all my computers in. I can't put no, because that's got to be in line with a train platform. Let me swap that out. I don't need that anymore. All right, so let's see here. But I can. Let's see. How many do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me see. Will this clip or not? Technically no, but when I start putting walls up, it would. So, what about on this side? Well, let me see here. I think, yeah, because that would go off the edge. So I'd want to do my center line on this, which would give me. All right, so that puts it up to here. Actually, that's enough because I'm just going to have pipes coming to this. So, all right, so we do our exit on this one here. All right. All right, so let's go get some more material and build this out. Let me just double check some stuff here. All right. So now I'm going to need to relocate this. All right, you know what? Go ahead and I'm gonna have to move this because of that there. So go ahead and get rid of this hypertube because we're gonna redo this hypertube. So might as well go ahead and recoup it now, right? Leave the power alone, or leave. See, I gotta reroute this though. All right, let's chop down these trees that magically regrew here. Just so I can kind of figure out where I want to redo this walkway. All right. So, what if we brought that straight over? Because the small extractors, let me see here. The small extractors that I want to set up, these little things, very small, so I've got the head clearance for that. It's this guy here, that's the one that you need all the clearance for, which that's fine there. So let's go over here and basically gonna just alter the course of this alter the course of this going straight temporarily, because this space here, actually we have enough materials. Go ahead and give me my my initial wall setup. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, just out of curiosity, oh, that actually works out well. That goes right on top of the roof. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and let's go get this built first, and then we'll reroute power. I mean, that actually works out quite well to a certain extent. Chop down a couple more trees over here, but other than that, it'll be a clean clean path, which eventually will be going away. All right, so go ahead and take it out just a little bit further, and then go ahead and bring it in to that one. And then go ahead and just wipe this hypertube out since we're cleaning it up. All right, so now, oops, let's see here. 2 is power cables. All right, so you know, make that number 1 now. And just out of curiosity. All right, I want to see something here. Alright, so actually let me see what this says. Alright, so that's a no. Alright, that kind of sucks. Alright, so anyhow. Alright, so let's go run this power line first. And one more just because. Alright, so now tie you into that one. And you into that one. And then you to that, so that bridges that circuit. And let me just double check over here. And I'm gonna leave that power pole active and just magically floating there because it's just gonna help when I come back to do our construction. Tie you. Okay, you are tied into that. Okay. So now let's go ahead and deconstruct this stuff over here. And then we'll also might as well do a clear cut of this area here. Just because. Okay, so we're going to leave that power pole alone. And we'll leave that power pole alone. But we will wipe out this foundation here. All right. Let me see here. Okay, so no, oops, I missed no bad guys supposedly around me. So let's go ahead, just start clear cutting some of this area. You know what? Go ahead and give me some more power poles down here. Just because it's going to make this so much easier. And we'll pull all these power poles up after we've done what we need to do. All right, that should allow me to float around for the moment. Now, I don't need to go all out. I just want to give me a good little clearing here. Oops, damn it. We'll go ahead and pick all this shit up here. Just to go with a nice clean area here. It's funny how you can use a chainsaw to pick up leaves like a vacuum cleaner. All right. And I really don't need well, I'm willing to just clear it out a little bit more, but I can easily get to all the nodes and I can see where I'm trying to go with the nodes, which is over here. And not 100% sure how I'm going to actually do this in the end. But we'll come up with a plan on that. All right, so let's go ahead and head back to base camp. Drop off all these damn leaves. Actually, nope, we're not done yet. Damn tree here has got to go. I don't know how quickly fauna like trees respawn, but just leaves and all that. I'm fine with. I just hope the trees. I don't know if it's because they updated the game since I last played, and as a result, it updated the trees as well. Now, you know what I could have done? And you know what? I think I will do this. Now, hindsight being what it is, run back. And we're gonna put this, we're gonna set the hypertube back up. Why? Because, well, I can just use this hypertube, since I've broken it in half, to, ooh, that may not be such a good idea. I don't know, I don't think, yeah, it may be able to clip through the floor. I'm pretty sure I would die if I clipped through the floor. Yeah, pretty sure that's not a good idea. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll actually just put the hypertube at the end over here. This way I can just easily come back up here. And I don't have to worry about all this running. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried about it being on a particular side or not. Yeah, we'll put our landing right there for now. And then give me an entrance. Oh, I guess I probably need power too, so go ahead and tap into that. I'm glad I had the materials for that entrance, because then that would have really sucked. Alright, so now just go ahead and take this bad boy back, and hopefully we don't run into anything. And then we'll go ahead and get the various items I need here to build this out. Oh, you know what? I forgot to... No, I didn't. No, that's right. This one was always built all the way. Cool. All right, since we're here, No, let's take that down to biofuel. All right, so this guy here are logs. This guy here are leaves. This guy here, go ahead and just give me a fresh stack of that, just because. All right, so let's go grab what we need here. So we need, do I need any of this? Yes, I need some of this for the train tracks. Auto saving. You know, and actually, I think that'll be plenty of train tracks now that I think about it. Let me go ahead and change this. So, train tracks, 1,000 should be fine. I don't need 2,000. Let me go ahead and alter that to 1,000. So I can go ahead and drop off some steel beams. Oh, no, I don't want all the steel beams. Wrong button. So grab 6 stacks of steel beams. And then 6 stacks of the pipe. All right, and then iron plates, concrete's upstairs, computers are upstairs, heavy modular frames are upstairs. Actually, concrete's right there. We'll grab concrete last. Go ahead, grab a stack of computers. 2 stacks of these, just because. Okay. Let's see. I got beacons. Apparently I missed a stack of steel pipes, so I'll go back and grab. Yeah, I don't need them. Let's see what else we need. Iron plates, plastic. Okay, motors are downstairs. Go get plastic and rubber. That's way over there. Also, where is... Okay, so this is rubber. So, 1 stack of rubber should do it. And a stack of plastic should do it. Which train is coming in? Is that water? No. Water just left. Oh, water's full. So, I got full water there. And all these water bladders should be 100% full, which is fine. You know, never hurts to have extra water. I was going to try and stop the train before it went out, just because there's no need for it to run right now. But it already left, so. All right, let's go get our motors. I love how that damn, what you call it thing just flies right through my base. You know, without a care in the world. Alright, so go ahead and grab 2 stacks of motors. We need regular wire, so go over here and get some regular wire. So one stack of wire should do it for that. So now just concrete and iron plates for our sky foundation. All right, so we'll grab some concrete from this one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then iron plates are down here. Nope, iron plates are bottom. Iron plates are in this level. We grab 6 stacks of iron plates. Not quite what it says I need, but then again, I may have over exaggerated that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. So other than the iron plates and the concrete, steel plate 6, I'm not too worried about that being off by a couple. This will give me enough for train station, the platform, the cars, and then our foundation to get to where we need to go. All right, so go ahead, back up. And this is coal, or not coal, that's this is what was the oil refinery. It's funny, I'm traveling through tube 1, I'm looking through tube 2. All right, and so before we do anything, I'm gonna grab me something to drink, stretch my legs real quick, so I'll be back in a few moments. right, so let's go ahead and get our train station built. Now, let's see here. Need to be centered on this, which we are, which is good. Build it there. How much room does that give me over here? Okay, I can live with that. Right now, get our fluid platforms. With the fluid on that side, good. So 1, 2, and 3, okay. So then, this being our takeoff. The long, actually I got, it's about average. All right, so go ahead and get our runway as it is started. So center line. And then we're going to go center line. No, this is going to be the fun part. Okay. I think that's still centered. Okay, cool. And the reason I'm stopping there is just in case I want to put a blocking signals. I like having the blocking signals inside the complex. All right, so then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna move the hypertube. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. I'm just hoping that doesn't kill me. Well, here's an easy way to find out. Let's go through here real quick, see what happens. Okay. That doesn't seem to kill me. Alright, so that's a clean hypertube for the moment. Well, actually, you know what? We gotta change the hypertube. Let's have the hypertube go on the other side. And the reason being is that's where my pipeline is gonna go. So we'll just do have the hypertube come over here. Okay, cool. I'm not going through the power pad, so that's what I want to make sure. And then put that there for now. And then all right. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our base wall set up here. So we can figure out where, so up 6. Figure out how we want to run these pipes. All right. So now let's go ahead and get oh no, that's under production. Go ahead and get that placed. Oh, right there. Don't think it really matters which way it's facing. All right, now as far as the nodes are concerned, prefer to have all the nodes facing this way. Or the extractors, excuse me. So prefer them all to be facing... Is that the way I want them to face? You know what, let's do this. Give me a foundation off of the building. Just so I can check my alignment real quick. All right, so oh, I guess I gotta power this up first. Okay. There we go. We have trackage. All right, so now we can put this on there. And you face the same way, and you face the same way, and that's now as far as you guys are concerned. All right. So let's just see here. So so the extractors are 100% full, which is fine. All right, so now we're gonna do this. So we're gonna do two per entry point. So let me. This is gonna be the semi-tricky part, and that is. Alright, so is this here? I'm gonna set these up for the lowest one. So actually, so let's do this. Let's get these set up here. All right. So our inputs are here. And let me see. You're lined up on that line there. So I think that one. Then you're lined up on this one here, roughly that high, right? And then you're lined up on that one there. that high. All right, so normal pipe for this. All right, cool. All right, just for the time being, go ahead and give me power on the train station, just so I can float. All right, so now, so there's our entry holes. All right, so I think what we're going to do is these two here will be one connector. Those two there will be another connector. Those two there will be a third connector. And then this guy here, and I was thinking about it. Okay, I got enough material for it. I'm going to do a three-way break on that so that it's 40 going to each pipe. All right, so go ahead and get the rest of our wall built up here, just so we can potentially use the wall as a you know, wall support for pipes, maybe. All right, so these unfortunately are not going to be even with respects to what I would normally do for a pipeline. All right, so let's see here. Because I gotta take into consideration where I'm going to add the one junction at. So actually, I think this is okay. So let's figure out this break here first. All right, so this guy here. So actually, I don't need this to go down there. What I can do is I can put this guy right here, let's say. Actually, let's have him go all the way out here. All right. So then we can do a break here. Actually, gotta think of positionally the best pathing option. So it's gonna look a little goofy perhaps, but we do a break there. All right. And then the pipe is going to drop. Oh man. All right, so give me a, oops, yeah, give me a pipe from here over. Give me a pipe from here over. I'm trying to think about this pipe here. Actually, you know what? Both those pipes are actually going up. So go ahead and give me a 1 meter downslope. Give me a double. And then give me a down ramp from there. And go ahead and give me one more down ramp from there. Actually, go ahead into like that. All right, then give me a foundation. Give me a foundation underneath. It comes that way. And then that foundation will go that way. And then come over that way. All right. Now go ahead and get rid of that, that, and that, and that. All right, so this pipe here, okay, it's going downwards, which is good. Autosave. This pipe can just tie into this one. Now, as far as this guy here is concerned, can we get lower? Let's go lower. So can I do a, let's see, I don't know if I can do, well, just put on the grass, I guess. We go down like roughly here. And then we shoot over to here. Watch your power. Just trying to. All right. I want to. I'd like to go. I can one lower just so I can get a good snap. Oops. Let's see if I can get a snap on this. All right. So now, question is, can I, if I do this here, and let's say I do another one here. All right, so now this guy here, would come this way. I can and then this guy is going to then go this way. Now, do it on this side. All right, and then tie into that. All right. No. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Well, number one, because I didn't look here, did that actually touch that, for starters? Okay, so it doesn't touch that, so that's good. What we're going to do is actually bring this foundation over. To bring the foundation over there. Then we do you to you. Not all the way out, but bring it straight over to about there. Then we do a junction here. So do your junction about here. Sort of center line on that. This is a goofy ass setup I'm putting up here, but in my mind it makes sense. All right, and so that goes with that. So actually, this we can have the angled as such, and let's get you angled. Trying to get myself centered here. Okay, land so I can center myself without the inertia. Okay, so put that there. This one here, I think we can also do a an angle as such. All right, so now what we're going to do here, we don't need a pump. We're going to put a valve here. All right, and then I'm going to do this, curve it over on this line here. And then bring this to about here. I'm gonna put a valve on you, kind of in line with that valve there, just because. All right, and then, excuse me, this guy here can go roughly to about there. And that actually, is that going up? That looks like there's a lift on that. That pipe is higher though. So actually what I want to do then is I want to have this guy go lower, because and we don't need this guy going all the way down. So go ahead and give me a... Not worried about that wall over there. Go ahead and give me a 1 meter down on this. And then go ahead and give me a normal foundation. All right, so now this guy here, he will be the back feed, or the one that's furthest back. So he'll come all the way down this way. So we'll put him right there, because that's centered, or that's the best centering I can do. Then we'll have this guy come down to about, it's still too high. Okay, so this guy comes straight across. Let's see if that is I mean, that little bit of a lip there shouldn't hurt. But, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and drop this one down even more. And actually, the way I should do this, it's not what I need to do is I need to take it from here first. And then, and then move it. That's what my problem is. So now I can go ahead and bring this all the way over here. So right about there for now. All right, so now this guy here can come this way. Right about there. Now, back it up just a bit. Go ahead and put a valve on this. All right. Now this guy, then we're going to add a junction here. And unfortunately, I don't want it. Oh, I wanted to give me a line. Well, once I get rid of that, it should be okay. And then we'll do another one here, because this guy here will turn. All right, because what I'm looking at is, well, right now there's not going to be any flow because, so no, I want to configure the valve to 40. All right. And now go ahead and get rid of that and that. Now go ahead and tie this into that. All right. Of course, there isn't really any flow just because, well, there's no flow because there's nowhere to go right now. All right, so now let's go ahead and get this valve configured for 40. And go ahead and get this valve configured for 40. All right, so now this guy here is technically lower than that, so damn it. Let me change this in that. I'm gonna have this come down here. Whoa, not on top of the power line. Come down here first. Let me look at my power poles real quick. Okay, my power poles are good. It's just I'm running at half capacity. Just I weirdly seem to be dropping. All right. Go ahead and give me a 1 meter foundation here going down. All right. Now, go ahead and give me foundation coming off of this. And foundation going that way. Excuse me. And you know what? Do the same thing on this one here. So let's just get this one going first, or tied in first. All right, that goes to there. That's more in line level with that. So now, let's go ahead and bring this out to about there. And now take you to about there. All right, and then you will bring over I think that's the mark I want, right? Yeah. So we'll bring you on that center piece there. Give a junction on that center line. That's a weird junction right there. I'd like to see that one work. Shit. Oh, it's so annoying sometimes. Okay, so you centered there. Have you tap into that. And then go ahead and do our junction on this one. Okay. All right. Now this guy here is going to tap. Let's see. Can I do a foundation right there? Sure can. All right. So you gonna go. Watch your power. Just looking to see where I have that lined up. All right, then this guy here can tap into that. And then we'll do a junction. Now, just out of curiosity, will you auto junction? Now see, that'd be cool if it auto junctioned. But this one, they're right there. All right, you drop into that. Then this guy here, bring into this one. I'm hoping this is not too close and it won't have, oops. Okay, I don't know how that became that, but okay. Yeah. Well, okay, so if we bring this over, how about that? I'd prefer not to do it that way, but okay, any chance a normal junction would work on this? No, not there. Come on. All right. So now, all right. So we got all the crazy pipes ran. And this is a crazy pipe run. If anything, I guess I should be thankful that I don't need like water or some other resource here to get this thing going. All right. Yeah, let me also just go ahead and get rid of pipe supports in various places. Just because we don't believe in them 99% of the time. Of course, that fracking thing isn't helping as I'm trying to target these pipe supports to break them. It's making the screen shake. All right. All right, so now for the fun run. All right, so let's get a support going, or a thing going this way. And then this one here can go straight to the wall. This one can kind of go straight to the wall, but it's gonna have to, let's go this way. All right, so how are we gonna do this? Let's see how this works. If I turn this like so, can I get to a pipe from here up? Technically, yes, I can. Okay, that's good. Now, if I do a pipe support like right there, all right, now No juice. All right, so now, I don't like that because that creates a lip. So how about this? You know, I'm okay with, you know, all right, then, right, okay. So let's see what we got here. That's, oh no, 280 is what I was going for. So yeah, so that's actually 280 fill rate, 280 flow rate. I'm good with that. All right, now this one here. Now for this one here, let's see. All right, and then this one here is going to be just a little bit more awkward, just slightly. Well, no, it doesn't have to be. And that's all right. So this will look goofy for a minute, maybe. We'll see here. I'm gonna see if I can run it right by that thing without clipping it. All right. Okay, take out the supports first before I kill the floor. Go ahead and give me a break in the wall here so I can just fly through that after I do this. I'll get rid of that one. All right, so all supports are gone. All right, let's just hop over here real quick just to see how things are. Oops, wrong button. All right, so wow, how am I doing a fill rate of 300 on that? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And the reason I say that doesn't make sense is it's doing a 120 flow rate there. That's the one will roughly should be doing one. How is that? Are these valves? These valves should be limiting. So that's good limit. That's good on the limit. Does this here 80, correct. Okay, and then 40 and 40. So this here. So I don't know how we're getting flow rates of 300 in here. You know what? I'm not going to argue with it. If it wants to give me a flow rate of 300, you know, so be it. Who am I to argue with it? All right, now let me go ahead and clean up. Okay, so no, we're not going to mess with power just yet. All right, so what we're going to do now is let's get our go ahead and get our foundation going. Now, what I'm thinking of doing is, well, not what I'm thinking, what we're going to do. This train station is going to go on top. And this train station is essentially, I'm going to build a truck station next to the train station. Truck station is essentially, I'm going to just mess around with it. And if it doesn't work, then I'll just do another train that way. But the truck and or train is going to bring aluminum casings over from the side. Either aluminum casings flat out, or I'll bring over the what are they called? So they're either going to bring over aluminum casings, or they're going to bring over what is it called? Empty fluid tank. And so if they bring over, wait a second, that doesn't require aluminum casings. Well, that changes things around then. I thought the aluminum casings were needed for this fluid tank. So we're either gonna set up a thing on the main base to make these, and then have a truck and or train bring these over, or we'll bring these over and to a packager, because I think it's a packager. Yeah, so we need 4 of these and 1 to get 1. So we'll probably just have a truck bring these over. But first things first, after the autosave, we need to get over there. So let's go ahead and start. Let's see how this works. We'll start a 1 meter descent. Actually, no. No. We're gonna go out and just a little bit further. So let's say about 3. All right. Then we'll start a 1 meter descent. Yeah, let's go ahead and land because we're going to run out of juice. And the plan is for this, oh, I see him.
Picking up multiple fix-it personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
I'm sorry to tell you, there are not multiple fix-it personnel in the area. I'm the only one. I'm just hoping that we don't run into something over here. But as long as the ramp doesn't touch where they are, we should be okay. Now, I think, and this is one thing that could be good, this walkway is actually what was is what built this over here. So these two are even, you know, so no weird right angles or anything like that. The problem is because of how far away that is, it's tough to tell prospectively, you know, what I'm even with over there. I think, yeah, we can start our turn now. So do a normal foundation there, and then continue our 1 meter descent going this way. No, scratch that. And the reason being is, if for whatever reason I decide to piggyback this railroad track here, I'm gonna need more of a turn. So let me go ahead and build this out a little bit more. I mean, it wouldn't per se hurt to go right on top of that one that I'm approaching. Just for the sake of switch tracks and whatnot. If I do decide to piggyback this. Alright, so I think we could go ahead, give me a normal foundation here. And now we'll start our 1 meter descent here. There's no need to use a large descent, or, you know, because the larger the descent, the larger the ascent, which uses up more energy. Now, I also got to take in consideration how low I want to go. Now, the good news is, at least for the most part, I believe, that railroad track that's off to the left is even height-wise with that, and so it's not off by a little bit by coming from the other base. So if that's the case, what I can do is I can measure up 6, which now would be a good time to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we descended a little too far, because this is essentially where we want to. So let me bring this. Let me do a foundation coming over, and then let me zoom it back, because this will give me. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and clear out this foundation back here. All right, let's see here. How close is this? Let me go back one more. That should do it. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, so I can go ahead and wipe that out. All right, Now let's go ahead and zoop out that way. Go ahead and take out this foundation here, or that wall, without taking out the train track beneath it. All right, now we just send this foundation out, and we're gonna have this one go. I'm curious of something here. I'm just thinking about the whole truck thing that I'm gonna mess around with. So I got 3 train stations. So we'll have this one be on the right. We'll do the truck and or train station. That's going to have the empty vessels come into the center, and then that, you know, if we need another train station for something, it'll be on the left. Because I gotta figure out where I want to do the assembly at as well. That could be on the roof. Alright, so we could start our You know, let's back up here and let's start our turn similar to how that one is being done. All right, so we go over just a couple more. Well, the good news is I have hover capabilities here, which is good. All right, so one more. No, I want you, there you go. So if I calculated this correctly, and I hope the hell I did, this should connect with the top of this building. It does. Now it's off, which it's probably off because of doing that 45-degree bend, which is fine. But that's an easy easy fix. Let's see here. Continue this out on the 3 spaces. All right. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and shoot this out that way. That's interesting. That's actually oh, you know why? That 45-degree didn't get buried. It went on top. Well, we'll fix that. So we'll just go ahead and work back, redo that segment there. Because it's supposed to turn yellow. We can find the magic spot here. Come on, baby. All right. Cool. All right, so this will be the path for the nitrogen train. So now I'm just trying to, like I said, I'm trying to debate whether or not I want to do the assembly up here, which we could. Because then, so what we could do is we could do the nitrogen train here, but I think we got plenty of room for a truck stop up here. We do our assembly in this area here, somewhere around here. Oops. And then around here, whether or not it's on, oops. So I guess actually it'd be more, well, we can either, we have 2 choices. Because this here is not nowhere near as much stuff as now that it's actually fully operational. I can actually get rid of that belt, so we could tap into this here, and so this could take back packaged nitrogen, because the packaged nitrogen that is needed for, let me see here, packaged, the packaged nitrogen gas that is used in the process of making why? Yeah, why? Actually, now that I think about it, why are we doing this? What is nitrogen gas used in? It's used in making the cooling system. Oh, the fuse modular frame. Actually, you know what? The fuse modular frame, that's where the aluminum casing comes into play. So because I need the fuse modular frame for mining to get the Mark III miner, or I technically already have it unlocked. They changed the recipe on it, so I can't make it anymore. But it's used for the Mark III miner. Once we get the particle accelerator, which is our nuclear cleaning thingamabobber, I believe. So yeah, so we're gonna need to get that. So actually what we can do, this will be an interesting one. So instead of packaging the nitrogen gas here, because then we'd have to unpackage it again. Let me think here. What we could just end up doing is sending a train from here. Actually, why send a train from here? I could just send that train there, now that I think about it, over to main base and drop off the nitrogen gas over there. And we could just store it over there. Unless we want this to be the place that makes the heavy modular frames, which there's no real need in that. I mean, we could package, the benefit of packaging it is that you can, I don't know what the stack size, let me see, what is the stack size of packaged natural gas? It stacks in 100, so 100 natural gas, packaged natural gas. Each canister of natural gas is 240 nitrogen. Which is the equivalent of one big ass bladder. So if we package it, then we can store it in a large warehouse, and then unpackage it as needed for the assembly of the fused modular frames, because it would go, we get 240 from that. The fused modular frames require 37.5 nitrogen, or I mean 37.5 a minute. Okay, so you know what, we are going to do this. We're gonna bring the whatchamacallit over here to assemble a packaging facility, just because, well, hell, I laid out the damn work area for it. All right, so let's go ahead and get our train tracks set up. Screw it. All right, so we're centering on this. Yeah, I think we're let me go downstairs and just see what so So we're doing one over the last one. Okay. Centered on that. Centered on the one I'm on. Oh, no, too far. Right there. All right. Then we're gonna do 3 of these with the offload on that side. All right, cool. Now, to make what we're gonna make, so to package this up, we're gonna need a packager. So now what I'm thinking about doing is I don't know if I want to use a bladder or not, because this is a bladder right here. But the problem is, so yeah, we want to do. Let me see here. All right, so if we do 3 bladders, and we put them. So you put one there. Oops, there it is. I'll line this up so it's one there. One there. All right, so then we do our Mark II pipes just to get the stuff unloaded as quickly as possible. All right, so now go ahead and give me a foundation on that. All right, so now, all right, so the big thing is how many packaged things do I want to make a cycle? So let me think about that for a moment. I'm gonna grab me something to drink and I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, so this is what we're gonna do. Catch a train to the other side. Nope, no train there. Both trains up at the okay, both trains are at main base. So we're gonna catch a train to main base. And we're gonna look at building a road. Where that road's gonna go. Okay, there's a train coming in now. I don't know. Tentatively, the road will come in here. So we're going to just build out a tentative road here. So tentatively, the road will come in this way. It'll come in here, drop off over here, turn around, and go back. Tentatively. And if I don't like it, well, the thing is, if I build a train, then that's going to get into my, whoops. I'll get into my, what do you call it? My, assembly area. So, the truck, plus I just want to have a truck. I don't even know why it's loading water, because the water on the other side is 100% full. And you can't sink water. You might be able to sink packaged water though. Alright, so we're just waiting on the next train to go by, which is heading over here right now. Alright, so we're gonna make empty fluid tanks, which is a simple, quite a simple recipe. So, okay, so this little rise here isn't much of a rise now that I look at it. But that's okay. Because actually, if we wanted to, and that's a possibility, is we okay, so bail out. We take a feed off of this. Up in the air to another level. No, hold on. Aluminum ingots. Aluminum ingots I've got over here. So these are my aluminum ingots. So that one's full. Let's see. You're being fed from here. You're full. You're being fed from where? Here. You're partially full. So what we do is we can take a bottom feed off of that. It's just trying to look at where the feed would come up at. All right, so if I belt feed over this way and I jump up and then I jump up again. So let's do this real quick. We're gonna give ourselves a because we know our standard train station is that. Now, whether or not this and that are actually truly level with one another, that's to be determined. I'd almost be tempted to build the road from there back. Almost. Because we could build our assembler up here, or our constructor up here. Let me go get some more, let me go get some more concrete and stuff like that. Because this is the one issue that's going to come into play, is this and that are not even. So as far as the road is concerned that I plan on making, yeah, I can, do my asphalt. Actually, well, that's interesting. See, then why does this take concrete then? That's 7. That's 7. So, if I do okay, so they all take concrete. It's just a matter of This costs 2 extra concrete. So if we did, all right, let's go get a whole bunch of concrete. I mean, let's fill up my inventory with concrete. And we're gonna follow the train track. So go ahead and grab as much concrete as I can hold. Which 8,000 concrete should be more than enough. All right, so we're essentially going to build a road. From up here, which off of this, basically we're going to follow this path here, essentially. So go ahead and give me a wall that goes up 6, and let's go build a road. Now, think about a road and how I drive. We want it to be at least 2 things wide. And by building it at this height, we won't have to worry about any sort of descent. We can feed the truck station petroleum coke over there. The only question is going to be elevation, sorta. All right, so trying to get this to lay in. Come on. And then try to make this up. Come on, connect. So let's see. The good news on this is it really doesn't glitch like the other one, you know, graphically when you overlap them. But now see, but by doing the 45 like that, it kind of, it doesn't, it just looks kind of ugly. Because at least here, we're doing asphalt. I can do this, actually, I can do this here. So, you know, at least matches that. So, Actually, wait. Yeah, okay. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to do 1 and 2. Now, this road's going to go out a bit further, namely because there's that bend right there. And we can't do because that's being fed from the other side. So this road's gonna go out further than the train track, which is fine. We're gonna run out of juice here in a second. And then we're gonna go back and fill in all the triangles. Now, on the one bright side, I suppose, if there is a bright side, there'll be a certain point at which I'll be able to just do a 90 into it. Whoa! Oh, that one. Here's just hoping that this is at the right height. Too bad you can't zoop around corners. Now here's another option that we'll possibly consider as we get over here. What if we get rid of the train that's over there and instead we just do our assembly up there. And then if anything, have a single train, let's say, bring the packaged stuff to a station. That's also a consideration. Because but damn it, no, we're going to that place over there. I'm making this road, and it's damn well going to be used. Well, I mean, it's going to get used one way or another, whether or not we go all the way over that base or not. Because the one benefit potentially, no, I don't know. Okay, we'll see what it looks like when we get closer up here. Because that is a, I'd have to do an ascent, which I'm not worried about doing an ascent. And actually, you know what? This is going to be, this elevation is going to be off. It just dawned on me because that train there does descend slightly on the track. Now, here's what we can do, actually. Once we get closer in line with that, where we could take it over, we can tie into that foundation set as far as alignment. Yeah, oops. This will be interesting. Oh, you know what? No, that worked too. Wait, are you telling me? No, didn't even think about doing that. That actually makes it just a hair easier. Because okay, a couple more segments and then I can do a straightaway. And Alright, is this good enough? Yeah, because that's our... Okay, so now let's go ahead and start a descent. Okay, so coming down this way. And then now let's go ahead and start a 1 meter descent with this. Actually, this may not be as bad as I thought. All right, let me go ahead and give me a normal foundation. There. All right, so I just need a couple more ramps. Oh, that's wrong. That's facing the wrong way. Actually, this could be, yeah, we'll see. So we're on the proper level ish, I think. Okay, so the train we've already made its curve. So this is where it kind of gets ugly. That little lip there, you know, just to be on the safe side, you throw a ramp on that. Okay. I'm not a fan of this. So I mean, because I'm. Oh no. Yeah, just yeah, I venture to say that the truck's not really going to care about that little lip there. The thing is, though, damn it, I'm gonna do it. As much as I wanna just easily do this, We're gonna do it this way. Now, good news is I can hover here. Partially. Because this should be pretty much in line with that there. At least I think so. I can't tell if I'm... No, it's going out again. You know what? So be it. Don't worry about it. And actually, this going out like this could be a good thing, in the sense that if I do have a train, if I do build another train coming out of that thing that's going over there, it can at least go in between this and descend down to get to the proper level. Yeah, so the only other option to this, as far as it being off, would have been to, what do you call it? redo one of these bases so that it lined up properly. Yeah, I'll tell you this, that ain't gonna happen. There's too much foundation laid down here. Too much stuff, too much foundation laid up on the other one. Now, the issue with this next part is us trying to guide this in, because these aren't exactly, you know, they're not quite off by 45 degrees. If they were, this would be so much easier to do. That looks pretty close. Well, it's close, but it's gonna, like I said, it's going in at an angle. Trying to correct for it as it comes in. Damn it. That just looks crappy. Because even if I redid the road here, we're still gonna have this offset. And even if I triangle these off, it just, there's, so let's just see what happens when we triangle these off. You want to go ahead and do the Oops. I mean, nah. But now see, here's one aspect that I can't do because I'm doing this crazy corner crap, if you will. And that is, you know, let's say I wanted to put a road, actually no, road barriers. Oh, actually, you know what? It looks like I can do a road barrier. The road barriers aren't snap items, which is good. My, yeah, I'm skirting center line on that, okay? Now, not much I can do. Well, let me see here. I mean, it's gonna look kind of cheesy, but not much more I can do with it. I mean, this part looks nice. All right. Now let's not have them overlap like that. That I see. That looks ugly. Well, it looks like I have to have them overlap because even if I control it, fine, you overlap then. Overlap all you want. If it'll keep them together. I want any more concrete. Maybe. Wonder how this is going to work on a ramp or an incline. Well, with something this large, oh, maybe I'll do 2 trucks. But damn it, there's gonna be a truck driving on this road. All this effort I'm putting into this, oh, there will be a truck driving. All right, let's go ahead and get my corners going again. At least the triangles are, I'm not having to rotate it every time, so that's always a good thing. All right. I'm gonna try to get in there. Come on. There you go. Yeah, I think we'll have to go back and get more concrete. I still got some more 45 angles I gotta do. Good thing I got plenty of concrete. What we'll do is we'll wait. We'll get closer to the whatchamacallit, where the train track is, and then I'll hop on one of the trains and go back to base. Now, one good thing is I didn't have to do any. I did all my slopes on the 90-degree angle, so I didn't have to do any 45 degree slopes, which would have been really interesting to do. I'm not even sure how I could have done that, quite honestly. Alright, now I'm looking for a train. Where are my trains at? No, not you. Are they both up here? Yeah, they're both up there, so they're both going the opposite direction of where I need to go. Alright, now coming up to the fun part. And the question is will this actually do a clean clean ascent, as it were? Come on. Let me get that. Trying to get one spot. Oh, screw it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's not going to. This part is gonna look kind of shitty, because it's gonna kind of be like a stacked barrier, but it is what it is. Let's go ahead and wait for the train, because I got a long ass 45 I gotta do. So I'm gonna need a shit ton more concrete. Hey, if anything, at least the road barrier there hides that ugly ass angle. Actually, I could probably get rid of that because that was tied to that. I could probably get rid of that there. And then we're also gonna have to get the petroleum coke, getting it up to the Jesus. Well, I might as well have just, you know, I could have just stayed, what do you call it? Kept on going straight. But like I said, I've committed myself to doing this now. So like I said, up here we're gonna build a train, or up top we're gonna build a truck stop. That's gonna load empty canisters to take over to the other place for processing. Because, well, why not? I was looking at having the truck, a truck, take care of, you know, gathering something. So, I go ahead and grab another shit ton of this. Well, if anything, you know, I guess on one aspect is by doing with asphalt on this as a primary versus that, I'm not having to worry about the iron plates. Alright, so I'm gonna start it. Okay, so we know this. Let's do this real quick. Okay. We will be having a door here, just because, well, we do doors. Now, whether or not we do a triple door or double door, I don't know. Alright, so now with that, things I don't want you clipping through the, but I guess we're starting you there since I don't want, see, why is that one? Okay, why does that one work but that one doesn't? Come on, guys. Because you're not clipping, right? No. So... okay, there we go. Only if all road construction was this quick. Oh, then the long 45. That's gonna be a fun one. Hell, if anything, even if I don't use this for transporting the materials, I'll build a damn car so I can quickly drive over to the oil refinery. But one way or another, there will be a vehicle on this road. All right, let me go ahead and start my 45. And then we'll come back to finishing that up. All right, come on. You did good on the other one by not making me change. All right. Is it because I'm coming a certain direction? Let's go see if this one holds. Oh, really? This is gonna be a... Well, so much for this not being a pain in the ass. It's gonna make me rotate all these. Do you not remember? Just, you know, seriously, guys. I got a damn 1,000 kilometers to do. I mean, I don't know how much this is, but it's pretty damn long. And trying to do this like scroll wheel, change it as I'm moving, doesn't quite work out as planned. So I literally have to stop every time. And because I don't know if there's what their quote unquote sweet spot is for this. Who knows? Maybe what I'll do is, there's a couple things I could do here. I mean, this road, like I said, is being used one way or another. Off to the right and inland a little bit is the old nuke plants, which still need to be dismantled. Currently there's a shit ton of nuclear waste there. Hey, what's going on? So maybe I'll have a truck do that. Let me see. I think it's over there behind that hill. Then I could actually have fun with this and create a weird ass road. Although I'm looking at possibly doing like a corkscrew thing with a train. That'd be kind of funny. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how close I am. Oops. Wait, did I finally... Is there a sweet... Oh no, they're tricking me. Thought I had found the sweet spot, and nope. Yeah, I don't know why. On one time it makes me rotate this shit, the other time it doesn't. Alright, now for the part that's gonna look really goofy. Because for whatever reason, these road barriers, well, well, pretty much it's gonna be I can't slope them. Which this actually wastes a lot of resources too. Oh man, this... Well, one thing's for sure. No damn truck's gonna be able to get through this shit by accident. Come on. You know, something just dawned on me. You know, it doesn't matter. It's working. I think it's curved, or not curved, but it's not straight. Well, maybe it is. Maybe just I'm curved. I don't know. Oh wait, we're almost at the bottom. I don't know. I mean, it looks goofy as all hell, but it works. Right, start at the top and work our way down again, just because that seemed to work well, sort of. All right, so. Yeah, screw it. All right. Now, for more triangle fun. Now, any chance? No, of course not. Now we have to rotate the other direction. Why, game? Why? Wait, maybe? No. There's no consistent spot I can click on. Alright, another mile of this shit. Then we gotta do one last set of barriers down this stretch. And actually, I have another idea of something I may do. Just because I think it'll be hilarious. And I won't have to worry about fuel. And hell, it may even be cheaper resource-wise or cost-wise. I don't know. Oh man. Ah. Alright. I sort of see the end. Then it's just a matter of doing one more set of barriers, which this set of barriers will be easy because it'll be a straight line on level ground, and so I can do multiple at one time. It'll still take a while because this is a long ass section of road. You know, and there's something else I'm curious on. I'm gonna have to look at something here after I get done with these triangles. Ah. Almost done, yay! All right. Now, okay, so something I gotta take a look at here. Well, fortunately, this can't work because it's diagonal. Yeah, so because this is a diagonal build, that won't work. All right, so last set of barriers. Come on, buddy. All right, now. I'm just trying to get it just. I guess that's the overlap we have to go with. Okay. So be it. That's the overlap we'll go with. I was hoping for a cleaner less of an overlap. And damn it, I saw the overlap I want. I guess that's what we're going with. Screw it. You know what? I don't care about that overlap. Overlap all you want, barriers. Come on. Come on, get there. So apparently the sun sets and rises on the opposite side of this planet. So instead of east to west, it's more westerly to easterly. Alright, so as soon as the barriers are done, we're gonna hitch a ride on a train, go back to main base, and just see how much it costs to make a vehicle just to mess around with on this road. Of course, before we do that, we're gonna save the game, because the last thing I want to do is be driving on this road and somehow some weird physics shit happen, and next thing you know, the vehicle's flying down into the abyss. That would really suck. It'd be funny as hell, but it would suck. I think I see the end in sight. If I'm lucky, I might be able to... No, I won't be that lucky. I was gonna say, if I'm lucky, I'll be able to catch the next train going back, because I heard it going towards the refinery. I doubt I'd be able to put all these barriers out and catch it on this return trip. But maybe I'll be able to catch the second train. I see the end, and we got plenty of materials for this, so. I hear a train. Okay, so I should definitely be able to catch a train, most likely that train on its return trip, because the water train should be departing here in a second, and I've got to wait, or that train there has got to wait until the water train's clears its station. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and catch the water train. Okay, that looks good. Oh shit! I thought it was closer. Ah. Thank goodness I don't have to worry about breathing. Well, that's gonna put a hamper on my catching the other train. I mean, unless... Alright, so... Unless I can get a super boost here. Come on. And you won't change... You won't change, You won't change jetpacks or fuel, which means I'm gonna miss the damn train. Damn you! No, actually, that's my fault. I can't blame. Train, wait for me! Let me let it auto-save before I go doing anything. Actually, you know what? Go ahead, auto-save, come on.
Comply.
I will not. Who are you to tell me to comply? Alright, let's go ahead back to these things.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Okay, I should get close enough to get some juice here, right? You tell me I'm not close enough to get juice? I'm right next to them. There we go. Can I get this without losing my jetpack? Okay. But unfortunately now, I missed the train because, well, I miscalculated where I was. Which is actually kind of funny. Alright, so we're going to set up 2 truck stations. They're not going to do anything right now, but they're going to be set up just so I can have, I guess, a point of reference path to for a vehicle. And then we're going to do something that I think is only essentially comical. Alright, so go back to base camp and let's see what we need for truck stations. And then also I want to see what am I slated to build here? Alright, so we're good on the railway. No, wait, no, I haven't built the railway yet. I've only built the foundation for it. Okay. So let's go ahead and we need 2 truck stations. Now, there's a vehicle that I don't see here, unless that's part of this. No? Or maybe that's a MAM thing I was unlocking the MAM, perhaps? Or research? I mean, not MAM, Sing Shop? Alright, let's go take a look at the Sing Shop real quick. Here's Puppy. Hey, Puppy. So, not here. That's customizations. I already unlocked that. Equipment doesn't, it's not here. Parts, it's not here. Alright. Which one do I want? This here is a higher production rate. I gotta get that. Because this here is just slightly over on a production rate. It uses less copper. It uses water, which is cool. But then again, I just did bring a whole bunch of water over. Screw it, go ahead and do that. Alright, so zip line, which that's something else that'd be kind of cool. Power switch, yeah. I think we'll do zip line next. There it is. Okay, let's go ahead and do a zip line just because. All right. All right. So let's see here. I need modular frames. Oh, look, there's a whole shit ton of modular frames right here. Might as well get these, right? They're not being used for anything. Rotors, those are downstairs. Those are stators. Rotors are in here. In fact, here's a shit ton of rotors. So here, let's just go ahead and pick these up. Yeah, get some extra. All right, what else do we need? Let me go ahead and, oh, excuse me. Oh, spam risk, yay. All right, spam is gone. All right, so we'll clear that out. You know, for the time being, because we're not really worried about it right at the moment, go ahead and clear that out. And go ahead and clear that out. Oh, damn it, I'm trying to highlight the number. Clear that out. What else? So I want that, I want that. That's fine, okay. Alright, so the steel pipe is mainly for the railway. So if I reduce this, you know, by, I don't know, that many, we're good. Alright, so let's go. And we got plenty of concrete on us. Don't know where I got those leaves from. I thought oh, I know where I got all that shit from. Anyhow, we're not worried about that. Okay, so which way are we going? We're going this way. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and build ourselves just a little bit of a foundation. Oh wait, something else I have to get. Actually, so if I want to make one of these. All right, cool. I have what I need for that. And the other thing I want The other thing I want is the factory car, trademarked. Oh, I'm sorry, factory cart, not car. Next floor down. All right, now see to pack it up, I think. Yeah, there we go, pick it up. All right. I wonder if the truck I'm about to build collapses just like this. All right, so, and I'm gonna need power also. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need power. But first things first, go ahead and give ourselves a foundation up here. And build it over 2 more. I don't know how big a don't know how big the what you call it truck station is, so we'll find out here in a second. And you know what, go ahead and build yeah, we'll do 6. Because not taking into consideration, you know, I don't know how to drive very well in this game. And so having a little bit of room to maneuver might not be a bad idea. Alright, so now let's go ahead and build ourselves a truck station. See what this looks like. Truck station. Okay, so there's our inputs and outputs. Okay, that's pretty easy. So we're gonna put you. You know what? Let's build the truck first. The reason being, I need to know how this turns. And let's see here, drive. I thought it had a different. Oh, yeah, that's right. This has a workbench on it as well. So I can also I got no gas. Guess I gotta give it gas. That's what type of gas can I don't want to open oh, you got headlights? Trying to toggle the headlights, but the headlights don't look like they're toggling. Trying to figure out, because I don't want to. There's no need for autopilot. What I'm trying to do is okay. So I gotta give you some fuel, huh? How much? Do I have any wood? Will you use that? No. I mean, I got that. Oh, you'll use flower petals? Okay, here. Have some flower petals. Just a. Okay, it's a pretty good radius. Well, I'll say one thing, it burns through flower petals fast. Okay. Well, I have biofuel on me, solid biofuel. So we can what you call it? We can give it solid biofuel. Because I know there's a whole bunch of solid biofuel down at the other place. So let me go ahead and give you some solid biofuel because I'm pretty sure that's gonna last a lot longer. Of course, I need power. Let's see. Okay, go over to here. And then tap into, I don't know, tap into something. I'm not worried about looking pretty right now. All right. Okay, so start recording. Now, question is how does this handle? Not that bad. You know what I forgot to do? Oh well, I forgot to save this. I forgot to save this before messing around with this. And also, this is a good test to see how much fuel it burns between 2 points. So we started roughly with almost 200. I think we were a few shy. Now, the one issue I'm gonna run into perhaps is the whole close the loop thing. I don't have a excuse me, I don't have a truck station down here, so I'm gonna actually have to do another route or another loop, as it were, after I build a truck station up here. Unless Unless I can like pause the recording, which I doubt it. All right, so this truck here, and I'm gonna probably start it over again. I'm gonna put the truck station. Where do we want to put the truck station at? Because the truck station is going to be unloading. I don't know what we're gonna unload. We'll put the truck station. Let's get the truck out of the way. Oh, it's still recording. Well, we're gonna delete the path. Oh, don't go over there. All right. So. All right. Let's think here. So let's say we put it right here. Okay. All right. So now this is where it could get dangerous. All right. So in order to validate and test this, yeah, so we gotta get this going out just a little bit, because I mean, technically the train will still go through this. So okay, so loads. We come over here. We do a 3-point turn. We brush up against the wall. Okay, now that's not gonna work. Never mind. Let me. I gotta find a better place for that truck station. Oh, also, this thing here needs power too. Let me see here. Go ahead, put it. Let's see. Wait, how am I in the way? All right. So how about that? Come in. Should be able to make a U-turn, right? Oh yeah, let me get power to this thing. So just for the time being, like I said, this is just temporary. All right, let's give you some stuff. So let me come down here and grab some biofuel out of this. So go ahead and grab a couple things of biofuel. And then, let's see. Does this have any? No, that's jet fuel. We don't want jet fuel. Nothing new. Nothing new. Empty, 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 empty. Oh, you know what? I know it's got a whole bunch of shit probably. How about you? No, you're empty. What about you? You're... Okay. You know what? Here, let me grab some coal. And actually, that could also be used as fuel. So, actually, now let me see here. Which, what is the best fuel for it? Alright, so it looks like with respects to fuel, oops. Let's see. Coal, well, no. So it looks like, but I guess this is considered cyber wagon? No. But I presume that falls into vehicle. Actually, wait, did I see tractor? Oh wait, can I scroll this over? Aha! There we go. Truck. Alright, so obviously not plutonium. Yeah, so solid biofuel is the, for what I have, solid biofuel is the, best option. Alright. So what we're gonna do is wait for the autosave. Alright, we're gonna give, okay, so put that in there. We're gonna load, so go ahead and put all those in there. Go put that in there too. Keep one for yourself because, you know, you need one for your chainsaw. Oh yeah, here, put these pedals in there too. All right. So. Alright, so we want to start this as if we were coming down this lane here. This is where we'll start the recording at. Wow, good job there, thing. No, we're not. Okay, that was a bad place to do the recording apparently. All right, let's try this again. Okay, I mean, there's nothing to drop, but now, this here is just gee whiz for fun. The funny thing is gonna come up later on if it lets me do it. I mean, we may legitimately do this. Use a truck here. I don't know. Who knows? I may change my mind and whoop, I may tear down this road after I spent all that time putting it together. I wonder if the horn is part of the autopilot. Now I'm gonna have to change the whatchamacallit over here to unload, even though it doesn't really matter, because this is just a for fun test run. Alright, now what I need to do is I need to change this to unload. Alright, now I need to take all this. So now I'm curious, how precise is its pathing? Or is it just generic in nature? Apparently the headlight thing doesn't work though. I'm trying to toggle the headlights and I see it on. What's funny is, it's like you hear it and it almost sounds like he's trying to shift gears. Well, you're not shifting gears, you're at max speed, buddy. Whoa! Clips the barrier there. Now here's the thing is, I bet you this thing could go over the road barrier. I mean, if you look at its wheels, I think it could. Okay. Save the path. Test. Okay. So now, let me hop out of the vehicle. Okay, there we go. It wasn't letting me out of the vehicle for a minute. All right, so now let me go ahead and put one coal in here. All right. Okay, path is loaded. Oh, I guess. Jesus. Was I that bad of a driver? Well, what are you doing? Right, now what I want to do is just for curiosity's sake, Oops. No, I don't want to pick it up, damn it. Oh, I gotta put it in my hand, that's right. Didn't mean to throw it all the way over there. All right, now I'm gonna put this in here. Oh, so I can't load this vehicle path? Or do I have to record a brand new one? So I think I have to, I guess I have to load, that sucks. I mean, it only takes... All right, well. All right. Oops. Oops. Well, this is going to be an interesting recording now, isn't it? So. Wow. Do some donuts here. And then let's close the loop and see what this does. Alright, go ahead and save. Clown car. All right. Load path. Clown car. All right. Let's get a bird's eye view of this. This is gonna be hilarious. Okay, this isn't as funny as I thought. He's taking his sweet old little time. But I have another idea. Oh, he actually made it up the thing. I'm gonna try to get a ramp up there. Because we're not done with this fun yet. And I just noticed, oh, that's right, because that goes off at an angle. I bet you he's not going to do the donuts like I did. Although, his wheels make it look like he's peeling out. He's clearly not, because I'm going faster than he is. I still, oh wait, hey look, the truck's coming back. So is this going to do a quick 180? No. So now, okay, so this is actually going to be a good little test. What happens when two vehicles come to the same place at the same time? Dun 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 dun. Who's gonna win? Oh, here comes the monster truck. He's like, back up. He's all afraid. So wait, does he wait? Oh, this is perfect. I think, well, wait. Okay, good deal. So now, if I get in right here, let me just see what autopilot does if another vehicle's in its way. Well, so I guess only another vehicle on autopilot. My poor little guy is still trying to drive. Oh, yes, we will be. Oh, wait, what? Stop. Oh, no, it's trying to run me over. Oh, Jesus, it's alive. I thought Doggo was a crazy dog, crazy pet. No, I don't want to delete the node. No, I'm trying to. Come here. Stop. Okay, disable autopilot. All right. Oh goodness. Go delete that path. Yes, I'm sure. All right. Let's go ahead and get him out of the way. All right. So that's where we're gonna call for now, but we will be having a little bit more fun with this later on. I'm gonna do one thing here. If I can. Let me see here. An up 45. I need to be able to ramp this. Because this angle here is really what's messing up for the what you call it, for the go-kart. I need a ramp, but I need a clean ramp. I need the ramp on this here. This is the tough. Wait, right there. Okay, so in theory there. Okay, then if I can get it on this one here. Wait, oh, just had it. Come on. All right, so now, well then of course we're gonna need it here Well, technically we don't need it there. Now this should, in theory, work. Oh, I'm in the way? Here, I'll get out of your way. All right. And then, you know what? Go ahead and looks. That looks. I know that looks. Looks cheesy as hell. Can we do another up corner ramp? Can you like get right there? Get right there. I'm getting close to my power limit. Oh, come on, come on. Right there. I just want you to connect right here. But on the lower side. Right. What if I get rid of this? Okay. Now will you do that? Can I put... All right, now if we do a normal foundation. Oh no, not normal. Well, you know what? I can change the foundation type later. All right, so what about that? What's this do for me? Oh, other than the clipping all the way over there, that would work, ish. I wish I could take my hacksaw or chainsaw and cut that off. I mean, there's not much more I can do. You know, the little cart should be able to make it up that, provided it hits that. And because it's at a damn angle. Okay. And then the truck is broken now. Oh no, the truck is sort of being smart. Okay. You know, we'll just sit here and watch this for a second. It's trying to figure out. Hey, it's finally moving now. Yeah, once it does the turnaround, it's fine. I mean, It hasn't fallen into the water. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think we're gonna be getting rid of this. I think all that work, unfortunately, but yeah, we're gonna end up doing a. I don't know. We haven't laid the train track out for that yet, so what we may end up doing. This just seems so high over the road. It's almost as if we're floating. I think we are. We're not driving, we're flying. Since when did... That's funny. Yeah, because there's our tire. So this is gonna be interesting to see what happens when it gets over here. Wow. Yeah, so what we're going to end up doing is probably tying into that railroad track there, third station there, and we'll bring the aluminum over here, or not aluminum, nitrogen gas over there, tie into the ingots downstairs. Yeah, we're not anywhere near the ground, so this is gonna be funny. You know what? Get your jetpack ready, just in case something weird happens. But yeah, so we'll set up a production over here, because this truck thing that I wanted to mess with really ain't working. And it just seems like we're getting higher and higher. I think we are. So it's almost as if that little speed bump I added has put, made us go in the air. Oh, that's hilarious. Or maybe it's because I'm standing on its back. I don't know. I mean, we're still okay. So we're still slowly drifting up higher. So if I, you know, oh wait, we're moving again. Jesus. I'm gonna save the game here, just because this is actually kind of funny. I'm kind of curious now to see how high it will go. I don't want to drive the vehicle. I don't want to mess it up. Can I, oh, I can't, whatchamacallit, I can't change the angle of that as far as like a selfie view. This is funny. Well, on the bright side, this thing shouldn't be using any fuel. But I have a feeling we're going to hit a limit at some point as far as how high we can be. Yeah, so that truck there, or that train station there, what we're probably going to end up doing is tying it into that one there, unless I have room over there to do the production over there, in which case we'll be taking the bottled nitrogen out of there. But no, because I need to get the empty canisters over there, so. Wow. This is hilarious. Well, no, we still got a little bit of ways to go before we're too high. It actually looks like we may be coming down a little bit. Just a little bit, maybe. That's funny how my character is turning like that. Maybe if we jump, we can help it go down. We're moving again. Okay, I'm gonna drive. Oh shit! Get back in here! Alright, go ahead and put on go ahead and autopilot and see what happens. Oh shit! Where'd he go? Wait! Wait for me! Ah! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh good. it's just going off on its own. I've never seen that before. Oh, that's hilarious. Boy, I'm glad I got lucky on that one. Oh, that could have turned out to be real bad. That's funny. Alright, now question is, can I get, I think there's like poison over here or some shit like that. Alright. Come on, up you go. Alright, so let's go back up here to the thing here. Wait, didn't I pack you up? Oh, I thought I did. Yep. So there's our truck way over there. Now, what I didn't check is to see if it actually had the stuff I threw in here. Well, it's gonna run out of gas here in a minute. And then when it does, I don't know how I'm gonna get it back. That's hilarious. Where's it going? Okay, there's a truck stop. I kind of wish you could see structures on this, as far as like roads and, you know, things like that. It's just, this thing is so high that it looks like it's past where it should be. Yeah, here you go. I see it. It's probably got enough juice for one more trip. Cause or half a trip. Because when I left it, it was at 36. So now I wonder if it runs out of juice, is it going to fall to the ground? It's funny also is when I was riding it initially, it didn't seem like it was going that fast. But when I jumped out of it, it moved to its hauling ass. Oops. Alright. You look down here. I'm just trying to see if this thing starts like flashing. I mean, it looks like it's hauling ass, so. I mean, considering there's no friction other than wind. But it should run out of gas, unless it's going to use gas on its own in its storage. Okay, so it made the turn to technically descend down that ramp. The only thing I can think of, maybe. I don't know, it was weird because when I jumped on its back over here, it turned blue. Oh, it ran out of gas. Yeah, so yeah, I think you're gonna be up there for a while, truck. Unless I can like deconstruct you. I mean, I don't know how high I can aim to deconstruct you. I have space, so we'll try to deconstruct it. Well, I mean, let's see how high I can. This is as high as I can go, so I might be able to deconstruct it. Yeah. There's other ways I can get up there as well. Yeah, that's kind of funny. But I guess it hit its high, the high limit. Okay, so I can't hit you. All right, so without, well, one, this is supposed to be one. Without actually, can I build a ladder from the ground up? All right, can I continue building this ladder up? Well, this is odd. Now, this brings up a question. How high of a ladder could I make? And better question is, Is this ladder gonna be tall enough to deconstruct that? Holy shit, this ladder's, let's see. We'll put it on our jetpack because we are way deep up here. God bless. I mean, I don't know how many ladders I put together here, but I'm pretty damn high up here. Now granted, maybe if I, okay. Maybe if we put the ladder more in line with the truck. Oh, careful. Whoa. All right, so that's, is it moving? Okay. I'm just, oh no, okay, it's the clouds, okay. Alright, that's because perspectively it's tough to tell where it is. Okay, we should be right underneath it. Let's see if being underneath it helps out any. I don't think this is going to help, quite honestly. Okay, that's as high as I can build a ladder at the moment because of what I have. Oh my god. Alright, what we're gonna do here, we're gonna hop on this train. No, do not disassemble. No. But that's what we're gonna call for now, and on the next session we will continue. Oh, god damn, that ladder's only halfway up there. I can see from this perspective. So on the next session we are gonna build a ladder that goes into the sky so it can disassemble a truck, and also this road that we built out here is gonna go bye-bye. And we're gonna figure some stuff out. So that'll be it for now. So until next time.